In for a real treat today, since the lists for this race include Belarus, China, Kyrgyzstan, and the unbroken, undefeated, the undisputed champions, Russian Federation. The second crews are taking the field today. A great number of fans is supporting their teams in the stands, and we're expecting some more thrilling actions. China, Belarus, Russia, and Kyrgyzstan, second cruise. So, friends, to start with, let us introduce the referees for this race. Every country appoints a separate referee. Kyrgyzstan, Lieutenant Colonel Rustam Sadikov; Russian Federation, Major Ilnur Sagdiev; Republic of Belarus, Major General Andrei Nekrashevich; and People's Republic of China, Lieutenant Colonel Yui Hun Zhen. 4 fire lines are marked for the 4 color-coded tanks. 4 crews are going to appear in this tank biathlon today. On the right flank, the Republic of Kyrgyzstan. Tank commander, Lieutenant Azamat Zhaldashbekov. Gunner, Junior Sergeant Zhanubulat Eraliyev. And the driver, Sergeant Aziz Gapurjanov. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Republic of Kyrgyzstan. Color-coded red. Russian Federation. The tank commander introducing Lieutenant Marcel Akhtareyev. The gunner, Cadet Daniil Nikolaev. And the driver is Senior Sergeant Sergei Sinenko, Russian Federation. Please put your hands together. The third fire line is the yellow color-coded tank, Republic of Belarus. Introducing the tank commander, Senior Lieutenant Valentin Radyush. The gunner, Warrant Officer Dmitry Soldatenko. And the driver is Corporal Pavel Filipovich. That was Republic of Belarus. And now, on the opposite flank is the People's Republic of China. The tank color-coded blue. Tank commander, Sergeant Zhao Menze. Gunner, Senior Sergeant, Second Class, Kan Lianlian. And the driver is the Junior Sergeant, Gao Erzin. People's Republic of China, second crew. So, dear friends, everyone is in great mood, and we're expecting epic action today. This is your all-time tank biathlon host, Nikolai Fedorov, and co-hosting for the English-speaking audiences, Dmitry Klinsky. The signal is given here at Alabina Army Proving Ground. And it's time to start your engines. The crews include, this race includes 3 Russian-produced T-72B3s featuring the teams of Russian Federation, Belarus, and Kyrgyzstan. The People's Republic of China is using the Chinese-produced Type 96B. For many years now, they're using their own equipment at this tank biathlon. Their tank is compatible in terms of technical specs to the Russian-made T-72B3s. And introducing the chief referee, Major General Kirill Kulakov. The chief referee is now listening to reports from all the coaches of all the crews taking part. After all the reports are received, the order forward is going to be given, and Kyrgyzstan is the first to take off. Dear friends, the second individual hits for the 4 first division teams is on. Kyrgyzstan is into the restricted maneuvering section. They have to pass this, they have to dance their tank around the obstacles without scuffing the poles, unless they need to score some penalty time. Every pole is going to result in a penalty pit stop. The second lot of penalties are the penalty laps, 500 meters each, which are assigned for missing the 5 mission targets. Certainly, we're all here expecting some thrilling fires, some precise shooting. This is the stuff why we're here for. The tank biathlon is one of the most, one of the biggest spectator army games. Back in 2013, at the initiative of the Minister of Defense, Russian Federation, the hero of Russia, Army General Sergei Shoigu, at Alabina Army Proving Ground, conducted the tank biathlon for the first time, later giving birth to Army International Games. In the first hits back in 2013, only 4 countries featured: Russia, Kazakhstan, Belarus and Armenia. This year, we see the clash of 21 countries from all around the world. Dear friends, certainly an unforgettable, unique spectacle of military power. And now, the first fire mission for Kyrgyzstan, certainly one of the brightest fire missions of this race. The 3 targets are raised simultaneously, representing enemy tanks. Missing any one of these targets will result in 2 penalty laps per target. That's a change this year. Last year we only used to have 1 penalty lap per target missed. However, since these targets, tank targets, are considered to be critical, we increased the importance of this fire mission, and the first shot is a hit for Kyrgyzstan. Great start for the second crew. First shot time, by the way, should not exceed 20 seconds. And the second shot looks like it's missed. And the gunner is preparing for the third. In case the targets are missed, the first division teams are assigned additional ammunition. They need to load as many additional shells according to the number of targets missed. And in case they are not able to hit the targets with this additional ammo, then penalty laps are assigned. And it's a hit on the third target, 2 out of 3. Well done. And now time for loading this extra shell to re-engage this second target. The coaches are watching their judges. We can see the pressure, the excitement on their faces. Not just the coaches, certainly all the fans of all the teams are on their feet, supporting their servicemen. We're back to the replays. Certainly we'd like to know that Kyrgyzstan last year became the champion of this tank biathlon in the 2nd division, securing their ticket into the 1st division, where we see them matched against the best world's tankers. In case the team takes the last position in the 1st division, it's going to be relegated to the 2nd division for the next biathlon. Ammunition is loaded now and they're prepared to re-engage the target. One target is waiting quite lonely for the Kyrgyzstan gunner. Now let's wish him the best of luck. The gunner for Republic of Kyrgyzstan, Janbulat Eraliev, the junior sergeant, 2nd year champion of this tank biathlon. Last year taking gold in the 2nd division. We're holding our breath. All of the fans for Kyrgyzstan are now on the edge of their seats. And it's a shot. Alas, 2 penalty laps is assigned to Kyrgyzstan teams for missing one of the targets. And now Russian Federation, the second crew, is in the ground, all forward, and they're into the restricted maneuvering obstacle, just dancing, skirting these balls. This crew, Russian crew, is now in the top position with the best time of 20 minutes 12 seconds. The first crew represented the Eastern Military District. These are our tankers in the stands. Look at them supporting their teammates as Russia is now racing along this ground, going for the first fire mission, now stopping at the ammo loading bay. Certainly friendship, cooperation and mutual understanding reigns in this tank biathlon, enhancing and promoting brotherhood and spirit of friendship between all of the nations. This is a real tankers friendship. And now I would like you to please note that according to the instructions of the Minister of Defense, Russian Federation, that the Russian team is constantly reshuffled yearly. There are no veterans here. These are all fresh crews. All Army Games define the winners, which then enter as contestants into the Army Games. Only the winners of the All Army Tankers Championship feature in this tank biathlon. A truly legendary, unique event, unforgettable and unmatched. Now we are watching Danil Nikolaev, the cadet for Russian Federation, cadet from Kazan Tankers Academy, tracking for target. A delay is now reported. The technical commission is going to later look into the causes for this delay for Team Russia. In case this team is ruled through no crew's fault, then the time wasted for the technical delay is going to be subtracted. However, if this delay is through the crew's fault, the time remains same. These are the rules. Rules are the same for all of the teams. We've seen some races that did have technical delays awarded back to the teams. Certainly the umpires following every race carefully inspect the targets, take photographs to determine fire accuracy, as to leave no shadow of doubt. And only after the hearing of this commission we hear the final verdict and the final results. But as a rule, everything we see on screen stands. Now, wind direction today is a bit higher than on the previous days, up to 4 meters per second. Not serious wind, however, needs to be accounted for by the gunner in these fire missions. Kyrgyzstan, in the meanwhile, is progressing along the field, taking the obstacles one by one, almost into the second lap. 3 minutes 55 seconds passed for Russian Federation. Certainly everyone is on edge. We're looking into the causes of this delay. However, information is lacking at this moment. Just look at the screen, at the replay now for Kyrgyzstan skidding across, slightly losing control of this armored vehicle, certainly requiring more attention on behalf of the driver. Certainly they have to hurry, but please don't forget that safety is paramount. Some great work from the driver of Kyrgyzstan. Now in the second lap, 33 minutes was this time by first crew for Republic of Kyrgyzstan. Certainly a strong side, very well prepared, very focused, which is very important. Let me remind you, last year's goal in the second division was recorded by Kyrgyzstan. This year they're taking part in the first division, and after the show by the first crews, they are in 11th position overall for Division 1. The ratings include lines 15, positions 15 and 16 for Venezuela. And now this is the pit stop, penalty pit stop, observed by Kyrgyzstan team. The tank was slightly too far. They had to stop precisely at the penalty pit stop side. Look, we have a replacement. The tank is being replaced for Russian Federation, color-coded red. Apparently the technical delay was really due to a technical problem. Right now we are going to see the second crew for Russian Federation change their armored vehicles, and we'll later learn the decision of the technical commission, which is going to learn into the causes of this delay. This is going to be resolved after the race. An unexpected turn for our team. Evidently, certainly the team is going to need to catch up on time lost and find even more pressure on their shoulders to perform their best. Kyrgyzstan is continuing its pit stop, and we are watching the crews exchange their tanks. Crew 2 Russian Federation is taking the second vehicle. Doesn't happen very often, but it does happen, and it's always unexpected, certainly. Now, all the best of luck. We're really hoping that no more technical difficulties will be faced by the crews and everything will work out. Reporting right now, the tank is reporting right now to the coaches. The tank commander, Lieutenant Marcel Akhtariev, is reporting ready to take the first fire mission. Ammunition loading. Once again, they'll need to reload this machine as well. These are standard main artillery shells, 125mm. Certainly we don't want any additional shots in case of misses. Certainly making all the fans anxious, but well, this is the tank biathlon, and certainly anything is possible here. We will later learn the reasons for this delay, for this technical problem, and we'll inform all the fans. Now, ammunition is loaded, reporting, ready to fire, and the 3 targets representing enemy tanks are out in ranges from 16 to 1800 meters. It's up to the gunner as to which target to engage first. 20 seconds for the first shot. Time is on, and first shot, and it's almost bullseye. Well done with the first shot. Now tracking for the second target. The gunner performing this fire for the Russian Federation is the cadet from Kazan Tankers Academy, Daniil Nikolaev, and he hits the second target. Holding our breath for the third. Poor visibility obstructing the target. It isn't clear whether the target is hit or missed. Unfortunately, it's under. The round fell short, is the report. 3 penalty laps for the Russian crew, 2 for missed target number 12, and 1 penalty lap for replacing the tank. According to the rules of tank biathlon, regardless of the reasons for the tank change, this always results in 1 penalty lap, putting more pressure on the shoulders of Russian Federation. And now the Belarus team is in the obstacle, going through restricted maneuvering. Tank commander, Senior Lieutenant Valentin Radish, is leading his crew along. Certainly also a very powerful team, practically every year taking part in the finals, except for last year. We had a very difficult semi-final where Belarus took 6th position. Well, certainly winning and losing both has to be taken in a spirit of good sportsmanship, as Belarus had demonstrated. They've done serious homework last year and they are performing well. Belarus first crew saw best time of 23 minutes 18 seconds in their first individual hits, and this is a replace for the Russian team first fire mission. 2 targets out of 3. A clear miss on the third, unfortunately. Well, certainly an anxious moment for everyone. Not just the fans, not just the supporters are on edge. There's a lot of pressure also resting on the shoulders of our tankers. Back to Belarus, finishing their ammunition load onto the first fire mission, as Kyrgyzstan is in 17 minutes 24 seconds elapsed in the race. Second lap almost done. Sorry, second lap almost started for Kyrgyzstan. 17:37 for Kyrgyzstan recorded first lap time. Now over to Belarus, taking their fire point and first shot. They didn't wait very long for the first shot. Certainly the 20-second rule means you have to be pretty sharp on the main caliber. However, accuracy is also critical here. Second target, bullseye for Belarus. Now about to engage the third target. Sergei Mikhno, the gunner for Republic of Belarus, is a veteran since 2018. Now we see the gunner taking a bit more time, and Belarus is reporting a shot delay for some reason. Time was recorded and locked for Belarus for this technical delay, and Russia continues along the track. They're out of the board, taking a quick path. Usually no first division teams have any serious problems with the obstacles. The first crews had already successfully demonstrated it a few days ago. Another sharp turn before the restricted maneuvering. Perfectly handling the tank. Just look at the senior sergeant, Sergei Sinenko, the driver for Russian Federation. Amazing speed at this turn. Every tank is fitted with GPS trackers, which enable us, dear friends, to not only learn the location of each tank throughout the ground, but also to record real-time speeds. Belarus still out in the fire line, trying to independently remove the cause for this delay. Belarus reported independent removal of the technical delay and fire. Yes, the third target is struck. Bingo for Belarus. 2 out of 3. Now Russia recording the first lap time of 15 minutes, slightly over 15 minutes. Nothing is lost yet, and certainly the race is not over. However, this is going to be a close call. Certainly the odds-on favorites in the race are Russia and Belarus. Let us wait and see the results of today's race, certainly providing some intrigue due to the technical delay. Now 2 targets in the replays are hit by Belarus, and additional ammunition was loaded by Belarus to re-engage the third missed target. Great visibility out here, however, the yellow color-coded targets are usually harder to hit on fine sunny days compared to the other colors, providing glare. And well done, bingo for Belarus. They're continuing on without any penalty laps. Today here in the Russian Federation, look at this, reversing slightly too far for Kyrgyzstan. The driver making a small mistake. Now out of trouble and back on the course. And Team China is now through the restricted maneuvering. This is the start of Crew 2. We're about to watch their first fire mission after loading the ammo. Well, speaking of the Chinese team, certainly traditionally a very strong performance. Strong tankers, well acting like a well-oiled machine, absolutely single-minded, fine fire accuracy. Mistakes are possible like with everyone else. However, Team China for many years standing now has been one of the leaders of this tank biathlon and a draw card in the finals as well. Now we're eagerly expecting the final on the 27th of August. And by the way, today the chairman of military production sector for Republic of Belarus arrived at Alabina to watch his team, to support his team. And now back to the People's Republic of China. 3 standard artillery shells, same caliber as the Russian main caliber, 125mm. By the way, please note that last year China took silver, 2020 silver, 2019 was not as successful, only taking the 6th position in the rankings. And 7 seconds for the first shot. It's a hit. Bravo for China. Now going for their second target. The Type 96B is the armored vehicle used by the team. Second shot, 1800 meters. Bingo. It's a hit for China. And now, third target. We are holding our breath. Same as all of the People's Republic of China fans and coaches, carefully watching their heroes. They're taking their time. Mistakes should be avoided at all cost. And the third target is also hit. Bravo! 3 out of 3 for China. Good work for the gunner. Senior Sergeant Second Class Kan Lian was at the main caliber cannon of the Chinese Type 96B. And now Marcel Akhtariev, Russian Federation, engaged the second target, representing low-flying enemy helicopter, and it's a hit. They can continue progress without recording any penalty laps. Missing these targets could result in 1 penalty lap as opposed to 2 penalty laps for missing the tank indicated targets. Certainly the tank targets are the most critical for the main caliber fire mission, hence the difference in penalties 2-1. Kyrgyzstan is also about to use his anti-aircraft core 12.7mm machine gun, having loaded the ammunition belt, including 15 rounds with 6 traces, as to best control fire accuracy. And now we have a technical report from the flagman that People's Republic of China made a mistake on overcoming the minefield obstacle, hitting the pole, imitating a mine. Hence, People's Republic of China is directed to a penalty pit stop. And now back to Kyrgyzstan, about to tackle the helicopter target. Opened fire. We see first volleys flying. Targets remains intact for Kyrgyzstan. Completely unloaded and secured. The tank is moving out of the fire line. No additional ammo is assigned here on this type of targets. Only the tank targets result in additional ammunition to re-engage. Certainly not always an easy fire mission on the machine gun. Although the stakers practice year round in their own timing grounds, in their own ranges, their countries, certainly excitement, the pressure on the day sometimes prevents the crews from performing their best. Russia speeding across the long straight, flying over the hill. Up to 60 kilometers an hour was recorded in the long straight. No flying jumps, unfortunately, are allowed this year, as in the previous years we used to see lots of flying armor. However, due to safety reasons, this is best avoided this year. People's Republic of China is out of the anti-tank trench without scuffing any holes. Well done, white flags by the linemen indicate clean passage by China. Just look at the fans watching our tankers. Many fans, many supporters are enjoying this great outdoors on this beautiful day to support all of the teams taking place in this tank biathlon, and having a great time here at the cradle of the tank biathlon, Alabina Army Proving Ground. Russia just recorded their next lap time of 23:29, as in lap 3. Just over the treadway, and is about to face the next obstacle. The rake this year is replaced by the designated stop site. At the designated stop, the crew needs to dismount, pick up their machine gun for coaxial machine gun fire, and move on to the next, third fire mission. Tackling target number 9, representing the enemy AT unit with an RPG. And all the stands are screaming, Russia, Russia, Russia. Lots of emotions here in the stands, and certainly some serious support for the team, sending the warmth of their applause. The thunderclaps sound across the range. Certainly all the tankers can feel the emotions that they're giving the fans. everyone online and offline, YouTube audiences, please support our heroes. All of the teams in this first division race are certainly world's best tankers. Now we're watching the second crew perform. However, please note that the first crew recorded 2012 for best time. Last year's second crew recorded 19 minutes 34 seconds. However, we still had the rake obstacle, which made for less time compared to installing machine guns and designated pit stops this year. Preparing to engage the target. The tank commander for Belarus, and it's on target. TRtrebuC was the tank commander performing this fire mission. The flare is burning on the target, indicating clean hits. The 23-year-old tank commander, first time on this tank biathlon. Now the tank is reversing out of the fire line and is going to continue into lap 3. Russia is now at 26:10, lap 3. 3 targets out of 5 with trying to be careful on the obstacles. Kyrgyzstan in the replays. Let's see the skid by the Kyrgyzstan team, almost doing a U-turn, a full 180. Sorry, a full 360 actually. So this is the ballet, where this would be in order. And now Russian Federation is about to engage the third target, 700-meter range, target number 9, imitating a TRtrebuC unit. We can see the traces flying very close to the target, and finally it's hit. Well done, bingo, for Marcel Akhtareyev, the tank commander, leading Screw 2. And Daniil Nikolaev is the gunner, for fourth-year cadet at Kazan Tankers Academy. Bravo, well done. Fine fire accuracy here on the remaining 2 targets. Nothing is stopping the Russian team now from reaching the finish, following just a few obstacles. It's down to the driver not to make any mistakes, which could result in priceless time being lost. And China out in the screens now is tackling target number 25, the low-flying enemy helicopter imitation. See rounds flying. Target remains standing for People's Republic of China. It's a miss. Reversing. Now 1 penalty left is assigned to Team China for missing this target. Certainly not an ordinary race, made even more extraordinary by the sudden, unexpected tank replacement for Russian Federation team. 8-minute 35-second delay was recorded for the team. Apparently there was a technical fault with the main caliber loading mechanism. The representatives of UVZ, the manufacturer, are going to look into the causes and eliminate the cause of this problem. Anything can happen. This is technical equipment, certainly no crew's fault. Now, Kyrgyzstan setting up their machine guns. Kyrgyzstan is in the 3rd lap with 2 targets out of 5. 35 minutes into the race. They still yet have 1 fire mission to face. Belarus, designated pit stop. This is a penalty pit stop assigned for breaching the minefield obstacle, similar to Chinese team. Usually this wastes about 1 minute time. The tank has to be stopped at the designated point. The crew has to dismount, inspect the vehicle, then once again take their seats, report to the referees. Inspection is finished. Once again, exit the vehicle, and only then be able to continue. Just look, 73 kilometers an hour is the GPS recorded, 74 kilometers an hour by the Chinese team, 596 speed. Great speed, 74 kilometers per hour. The main caliber weapon is a 125mm smoothbore cannon, similar in characteristics to the Russian-produced T-72B3 main caliber. Now, the chief referee of the contest just confirmed that the technical delay of 8 minutes 35 seconds for the Russian team is going to be subtracted from the total time. And the Russian Federation finished with this time of 30:47 minus 8:35, making for best time of about 22 minutes. Well done for the second crew, certainly making us anxious. However, great work. We're certainly proud of you, as well as all of Russia. Guys, well done. Introducing the tank commander, Marcel Akhtareyev, the gunner, cadet, 4th year, Daniil Nikolaev, and the driver, Senior Sergeant Sergei Sinenko. Well, dear friends, that was certainly a memorable show for the second cruise. Military salutes are being exchanged in the ground. A victory lap by the Russian second crew. All of the fans, all of the supporters are supporting their servicemen. Everyone, almost everyone in the stands are on their feet. People's Republic of China going through the obstacles, trying to maintain high speeds. Now, what a crazy mix of motorsport and biathlon this amazing contest is. High speeds, adrenaline-fueled action, target practice, makes for a unique spectacle, unrepeated, unmatched. 84 kilometers an hour, by the way, dear friends. Let me remind you, was the speed record set at this track by the Russian Federation team in the previous years. However, we saw this year, just a few days ago, we saw speeds of up to 80 kilometers an hour, and today 74, 75 for China. Amazing motorsport event, certainly making all the racing fans happy. Designated pit stop for China. Formal leaders in this race, not accounting for subtracted technical delay for Russian Federation. Certainly no crew's fault resulted in this technical delay, and for this reason 8 minutes and 35 seconds is going to be subtracted from the total time for Russian Federation. And now Kyrgyzstan is about to engage the TRbec target. Performing this fire mission for Kyrgyzstan is the junior Sergeant Janbulat Eraliyev. He's using the coaxial Kalashnikov tank machine gun, also using 15 rounds with 6 tracers, usually quite a sufficient amount of ammo to hit on this target. So far, 2 out of 5 is Kyrgyzstan's fire accuracy. They need to quickly pick up. Yes, and it's a hit, bravo, well done Kyrgyzstan. 3 out of 5. Kyrgyzstan moves back out into the track. without recording any penalty laps for targets missed. Please don't forget that Belarus technical delay was also not recorded, and now the causes are being determined. We're also watching in the meanwhile the technical qualifications for combat criteria. This is another novelty introduction this year. On the days when crews are not taking part in the hits, they will be passing the technical qualification rounds with combat criteria such as replacing lost or detracked track or using logs to escape out of quagmires. Every team has to pass technical qualifications, and now Belarus, well done! Target is hit for Belarus, giving them top fire accuracy in this round of 5 out of 5. Dmitry Soldatenko was the gunner, third-time veteran of this tag biathlon. Great work, great fire accuracy, certainly well done for Belarus. Out in the third lap. Let me remind you once again, there was a technical delay logged over 1 minute logged for Team Belarus. It may yet be subtracted from the total time. This was 1 minute and 50 seconds. That was the verification by the chief umpire. Now China past the hill, past the slope. Once again, taking the next designated stop. About to load ammunition for the next lap and the next fire mission. Actually, they're in a firing line now, about to engage their remaining target. This target represents once again enemy TRqədC unit. Coaxial machine gun fire. 15 rounds, 6 races, and first volleys, the very first volleys hit on this target. Well done for People's Republic of China, just shattering this target. Well done by Kan Lian, senior sergeant, second class. By the way, China last year in the individual hits showed us 21 minutes 56 seconds best time. Quite an impressive time, probably unmatched today. It's going to take the Chinese team slightly longer than that to race to the finish. And now on screen, supporting Team Russia and the teams of all the other countries in these hits, we have the Deputy Minister of Defense, Russian Federation, hero of Russia, General Yunusbek Yevkurov, and the Army Ground Forces Commander, Major General Oleg Selikov. Certainly support from the leadership of the armed forces of the Russian Federation is important for these tankers. No doubt that our tankers are going to perform to their very best to make us proud. Belarus carefully maneuvering across, about to enter the next obstacle. .29.05 Belarus, top fire accuracy so far, and Kyrgyzstan 44.43. Finish. Kyrgyzstan, well done. This was the performance of the second crew for Kyrgyzstan. If you recall, the first crew's time was 33.51. However, taking this crew took the second position in the team total tally. Let us reintroduce the team for Republic of Kyrgyzstan. The tank commander was Lieutenant Azaman Zhaldashbekov. The gunner was Junior Sergeant Janbulat Eraliyev and the Sergeant Aziz Gaborjanov, recording best time of 29:28. 29:48. Now the technical commission has confirmed no fault of Belarus in the technical delay. 1 minute and 50 seconds was subtracted. Russian time is also corrected. 22 minutes, 12 seconds was the second crew time. And Republic of Belarus reintroducing the team at the finish line. Senior Lieutenant Valentin Radyush was the tank commander, gunner Dmitry Soldatenko, and the driver Pavel Filipovich. Well done. Thank you, Belarus. Thank you for a great show. A military salute here in the parade ground, doing a victory lap. China almost at the finish line. Well done. 24:48. Well, dear friends, this was the final time. Just look. Russia 22:12, China 24:48, Belarus 27:58, and Kyrgyzstan 44:43. Reintroducing the Chinese crew, tank commander Sergeant Zhao Menze, second class senior sergeant Ken Lemlen was the gunner, and the driver was Junior Sergeant Gao Erzin. The national colors of People's Republic of China are waving here on the parade ground at the Labina Army Proving Ground. Same as all the other national flags of all the other teams. A great race, a fine race, certainly unforgettable spectacle. A big thank you to all the coaches that prepared this Division 1 teams to the highest level. Certainly a world-class show on behalf of all of these tankers. Now, tomorrow we're in for another treat for the second division race, featuring 8 countries. And the Chinese fans are still continuing to cheer their servicemen. Certainly, these tankers all stand united. This is one big family of this tank biathlon in the spirit of friendship. These are the total rankings for this race and the lap times. 77 kilometers an hour was the top speed recorded today. All of the teams were racing in this crazy motorsport event. Now, individual hits Division 1 rankings are on screen. The leadership of Russian Ministry of Defense also supports all of the teams, not just our crews. Today we had the Deputy Minister of Defense, Russian Federation, in the stands. Ground Forces Chief was also observing, certainly providing for a high-profile event. We need to now expect the third crew performance. This is going to take place on the 21st of August. Third crew for Russian Federation will clash with the same crews from Kyrgyzstan, Belarus and China. So we're anticipating the Sunday race. And according to the results of this individual heats, we're going to learn the winners. And now to the highlights. Kyrgyzstan, the 4th position, taking the field in a first show for the first division, having received their tickets after winning gold in the second division last year. certainly mistakes were made. However, fine target, fine fire accuracy was also observed. Great speeds. Belarus, congratulations. Very confident performance on behalf of Belarus. Short technical delay during one of the fire missions. However, technical commission defined no group fault here. Time was corrected, placing Belarus in the third position, leaving us no doubt that Belarus is a very well-prepared, strong side, confidently going for the semi-finals. The third position in this adrenaline-fueled race belongs to Republic of Belarus. The second position in this race belongs to People's Republic of China. Certainly, we would like to know that fire mission on targets number 12. Only 10 seconds it took them to hit the first target. Very fast, very concentrated fire mission. 3 targets out of 3, leaving us no shadow of doubt that the team is in with a huge chance to enter the finals of the Tank Biathlon this year. Second position in this race. Now, over to the race winners, the undefeated, undisputed champions of this Tank Biathlon, Russian Federation. Well done. Fine fire accuracy. Although targets were missed, great time was still made. Unfortunately, the technical delay at the very start shook everyone up. However, the technical commission determined no crew fault, and the 8-minute 35-second time was subtracted from the best time, giving them the first position in this individual hits. A huge thank you to all of the fans, offline and online audiences, YouTube audiences. Take care of each other, love each other, and stay well. Your Ministry of Defense, Russian Federation, always next to you. day, dear supporters, dear fans, dear visitors to Alabina Army Proving Ground. This day once again finds us here on this fine Sunday, the 21st of August, for the 10th anniversary tank biathlon of the 8th International Army Games final individual hits races. This is your all-time host, Nikolai Fedorov, and co-hosting for the English-speaking audiences is Dmitry Klinsky. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're in for another fine day, opposite to yesterday's unforgettable race, where we saw rain at about 17 degrees. However, today everything is set for an unbelievable, another unforgettable, remarkable day of racing. And today is the final race, final hits for the first division, featuring Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Belarus, and People's Republic of China. And now, according to the results of today's race, we're going to learn the names of the entrants into the semi-finals. Only the first division teams take place in the semi-final relay races. And then, according to the results of the semi-final race, we're going to learn the names of the finalists and the winners of this year's tank biathlon. Now, introducing the international referee panel. Rustam Sadikov, Ilnar Sakdiev, Andrei Nekrashevich, and Yunhun Zhen. 4 tanks feature in today's race. All of the 5 lines are going to be taken. 3 of the teams are using their own tanks. 2 of them, Russia and Belarus, own T-72B3s. However, China is using a compatible in specs Type 96B Chinese-produced armored vehicle. And slightly later, we are going to give you more technical specs on both vehicles. Right now, at the right flank, introducing the green color-coded tank, Republic of Kyrgyzstan. Tank commander is Senior Lieutenant Shaipulu Irisbek. The gunner is Junior Sergeant Sanjar Bakhitbekov. And the driver is Junior Sergeant Dilmurat Azizov. Kyrgyzstan. Now, introducing the second fire line, the red color-coded tank, Russian Federation, the undefeated champions at this track. Introducing the tank commander, Cadet Savely Dupin, the gunner, Cadet Dmitry Kuklin, and the driver is Sergeant Yakov Ulanov, Russian Federation. And the roof comes off the stands. All the fans are on their feet cheering the reigning champions. Now, over to the third fire line, Republic of Belarus. Introducing the tank commander, Senior Lieutenant Artem Rys. The gunner is Denis Moisenko. And the driver is Andrei Zelevich. The Republic of Belarus, third crew. And now, at the left flank, the blue tank, introducing the third crew for Team China. Tank commander, Senior Sergeant Second Class, Liu Zhe. Gunner, Sergeant Fu Ai. And the driver is Junior Sergeant Wang Jianhua. People's Republic of China, third crew. Well, dear friends, this is the last day for individual hits of this tank biathlon. This is Nikolai Fedorov, your host, and co-hosting for English-speaking audiences is Dmitry Kulinsky. Let's support Russian Federation, support all the teams. The signal to begin race is given here at Alabina Army Proving Ground, and the crews take their seats in their T-72B3s, reporting to the chief referee of the contest, Major General Kirill Kulakov. He is the chief referee of the tank biathlon this year. Also, the head of Kazan Higher Tank Academy, the famous cradle of Russia's top tankers. And the third crew, similar to second crew this year for Russian Federation, is represented with his cadets. Now, the first to start are the Kyrgyzstan tankers with short intervals. Other teams will follow. First Russia, then Belarus, and China will follow. This is going to be a rolling start with intervals. Some changes were introduced this year, mostly to the first division rules. Firstly, simultaneous display of all the 3 tank targets. Earlier, we used to see 1 target raised at a time. However, this year, according to the instruction of the Chief of Ground Forces, Russian Federation, Major General Oleg Salyukov, the rules have been slightly amended. Also, first division saw the introduction of the 20-second rule for the first shot. Now, in case the crew cannot make it within a 20-second allotment to engage the first tank target, it is going to earn itself a penalty pit stop at the penalty pit stop site, 8 of which are dispersed throughout the tournament track. We're expecting to see some remarkable fire missions, some excellent driving feats, and also another third change. It was to introduce 2 penalty laps as opposed to 1 for missing tank targets, since certainly main caliber fires are considered to be critical and paramount of all targets. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the fans are here. We've got a huge turnout in offline and online audiences. They waited for this day. They expected this day. They anticipated it. And now they cannot believe it has come. This final day, introducing the third crew of the Russian Federation, the reigning champions of the track. And right now, we see Kyrgyzstan. This is the coach of Team Kyrgyzstan. And news just in, decision has been taken just now to let Russian Federation team take the field first today. Well, an unexpected turn. It's always more difficult to go first. And now, welcome the team. They have come to fear. They have come to respect. They have come to worship Russian Federation. Now all the fans, all of the supporters are certainly excited to learn today who is going to be the strongest out of the 4 teams. Right now, Russia, first crew, leads the rankings in the first division individual hits. Second crew follows in the second position. Third is the Belarus crew, then China and Kazakhstan. Now, the tank is through the restricted passage obstacle. Certainly a lot rests on the shoulders of the driver for Russian team, Yakov Ulanov. When we asked Yakov, what are you dreaming of? He told us he wants to break the speed record that was set here back in 2019. And as you recall, those of us that have been watching us for years, it was 84 kilometers an hour, despite the tactical specs only stating 70. We witnessed this in this rough terrain, speeds of 84 kilometers an hour exceeded by Team Russia. This record remains unbroken in this track, and let's wish Yakov good luck in breaking it today, safely breaking this record. Now, certainly obstacles have to be traversed carefully, since every pole knocked at restricted maneuvering, restricted passage, and the slope obstacles will result in penalty laps. And right now the time has already started. The firing time for the first shot, and the 3 targets out in the range. First shot, it's a hit. Well done. Remarkable fire accuracy for the first shot. 16 seconds it took the gunner for Russian Federation, Cadet Dmitry Kuklin, and he hits the second target too. Let's hope for a perfect combo here today. He only needs just one more target to make it a perfect trifecta. Holding your breath, and it's a hit! What a perfect combo for Dmitry Kuklin. Amazing. Well, of course, we had not expected anything less from the reigning champions of this track. Now Russia is forward, proceeding to the next laps and more targets. In the meanwhile, Kyrgyzstan is taking the field. We all recall Kyrgyzstan last year taking part in the second division clash, performing amazingly. Spectacular lessons were learned, leaving no doubt to its supremacy. They earned their ticket into the first division in 2022, and Kyrgyzstan, for the first time in the first division, features some amazing, remarkable, unbelievable performances that we have come to expect from this unique motorsport event, the tank biathlon of the Army International Games. Now, this year, 34 various contests are taking place in 35 countries. 21 nations are racing in this year's tank biathlons. 2 editions from last year's 19, and now the replay to the last fire mission for Russia. Amazing fire accuracy. Just look at this. What a fine shot. Amazing work. Now, over to the fans. The roof is coming off the stands here at the Labina. The stands are screaming as Russia surges forward. Careful through the sharp turn. No drifts here. We all remember the drama of the previous days when the Armenian team has made us all worry, almost flipping their vehicles in the drifting corners. Now we are going through the restricted passage obstacle, and Kyrgyzstan has just loaded three standard artillery shells. 125 millimeters is the caliber of the main caliber, the smoothbore cannon of the T-72B3. Now the time countdown for 20 seconds is started for Republic of Kyrgyzstan. Let's hope they don't waste any penalty time. And Russia is flying past into the second lap, just recording their first lap time, while Kyrgyzstan just missed their 20-second allotment to take the first shot, earning themselves a penalty after this fire mission. This has taken some time. We're seeing them spending almost a minute at the fire line already. Let's keep our fingers crossed against any technical problems. Ladies and gentlemen, the first division this year has been amazing. All of the crews have been putting in their best. We saw amazing fire accuracy. At least 4 targets out of 5 is the expected fire tally. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't look like a hit. We're going to get an update after it's carefully inspected. However, right now, we could say it's a miss. Continues aiming for the second target. The targets are out at 16 to 1800 meter ranges, and they only need 2 hits. We are going to see additional ammunition loaded by the team. We are seeing some serious delays with Kyrgyzstan fire mission. Ladies and gentlemen, please recall that only 4 minutes is given in total to engage the total of 3 targets. And second shot for Kyrgyzstan. Well, going past the target for the gunner Sanjar bucket back off, but hopefully he can still change things around. He will get a chance with additional ammo. The whole of Kyrgyzstan, we're sure, is watching their team perform. Third shot. Well, it seems as if 3 additional shells are going to be loaded. And let's wish Kyrgyzstan the best of luck. Perhaps some fresh air will provide more accuracy for the team. Now we are watching the replay of this last fire mission, and in the meanwhile we can give you some tactical specs on the domestic produced T-72B3. It's an upgraded version of the old 72 model, certainly superseded today, but many other domestic-produced world-class tanks, such as T-72B3M, T-80, T-90, or the latest Armata, T-14. However, certainly these have proven over the 10 years of the tank biathlon. This was constituted back in 2013 at the command of Minister of Defense, Russian Federation, the Army General Hero of Russia, Sergei Shoigu. This biathlon has certainly shown us that this T-72B3s are real racing vehicles when it comes to track endurance, precision, fire missions, and certainly this is our classic tank battalion. This is a tank biathlon. Certainly 10th anniversary is going to be remarkable. By the way, today Russia is celebrating Officers' Day. This was first constituted by Peter the Great. Since that day, the 21st of August has remained Officers' Day in the Russian Federation. Let's wish them. And now 25th target has just been hit by Russian Federation. What a fine present for the Officers' Day to everyone present here at Alabina. Savely Dupin was the tank commander. And this cadet this year, only a young cadet, got the honor from Kazan High Tankers Academy to represent the Russian Federation at this tank biathlon. The first team represents the Eastern Military District, and we just saw Kyrgyzstan continue its fire on the tank targets. However, once again, it is a miss. Kyrgyzstan is experiencing some serious problems with fire accuracy today. This will not do. They really need to do their homework after this race. Unfortunately, last shot just went under, and Kyrgyzstan has just earned themselves 3 kilometers in 6 penalty laps. Well, that's not the end, ladies and gentlemen, although Kyrgyzstan are certainly the outsiders in this race. Now, this is going to be an interesting clash between the top 3 teams, Russia, China, and Belarus. Belarus has just taken the track. Now, its servicemen are second-year veterans, along with first-year cadets. And we have come to expect a lot from this team. We anticipate their strong performances every year, and Belarus never ceases to excite us with their faultless execution. Right now, one of the favorites, along with Russian Federation and People's Republic of China, in this amazing motorsport event. Now, there is still a long way to run. half the teams are in the second lap now, and this was the replay for the last fire mission for Kyrgyzstan. Unfortunately, today found Team Kyrgyzstan not being able to hit on any of the targets. Actually surprising us because the previous two crews for Kyrgyzstan put on and strong performance, it should be noted. Well, right now, Belarus is about to proceed to the first fire mission. Ammo has been loaded, and Belarus is in the firing line. Just look at this beautiful thing. We'll continue giving more technical specs throughout the tournament. The main difference from its predecessor, T-72, is increased mobility, an upgraded powertrain, increased firepower, fire controls, and Belarus just hit their first target. Well done. Let's expect another two from Belarus, making this a perfect combo. Second, it's also a shot. It's also a clear hit. That is amazing. Amazing fire accuracy from Belarus, along with Russia. And now third. What a sharp shot! What a rocket of a hit for Belarus. Well done. Continuing along. Now, Russian Federation third crew is almost in the third lap, recording just now second lap time after destroying the last low-flying helicopter target. No penalty laps recorded as yet. This is going to be a remarkable clash that's going to enter the record books. Certainly, we already are beginning to realize the finalists of this year. We're not going to name them too early. We'd like to wait for the official decisions, but everyone that watches, that supports and loves this tank biathlon understands that the favorites are going to meet in the finals. But certainly all of the teams are putting in their best. They need to make it to the finals. They need to hold their flags high. They need to set some shining feats of tanking prowess. Now, People's Republic of China in the Type 96B is taking the field, dancing around the restricted maneuvering obstacle. Flawless execution by the driver. Now, Type 96B is compatible to T-72B3, exactly the same cannon, 125mm smooth bore main caliber. Also, anti-aircraft and coaxial machine guns are used by the 42-ton combat vehicle. Russian T-72 weighs 46 tons. It's slightly heavier. The gun is equipped with automatic loader, capable of using various types of ammunition. Official data suggests it's capable of achieving speeds of up to 65 kilometers an hour. But, ladies and gentlemen, we saw speeds over 77 kilometers an hour set by Team China this year. And Russia T-72B3 is capable of at least 84 kilometers an hour. That's the unbroken record still standing in the record books of the Russian Federation and the International Tank Biathlon. Now, Type 96B is equipped with a 1,000 horsepower supercharged diesel engine, as opposed to the 840 horsepower T-72B3. And now, back to the targets, already set for Team China. And China, with a first shot, strikes on their first target. What an amazing spectacle we are witnessing today, dear followers. This is certainly a treat to all lovers of this incredible fire-fueled motorsport event. Second shot for China. Amazing. Also hits the second target. Let's hope for a perfect combo from this strongest team of this first division tank biathlon. Now we're aiming He is aiming for the third target, and we're going to check whether it was hit. Yes, it is hit. Well done for China. Certainly no penalty laps and no additional ammo is going to be wasted by this top team. So let's go to the timeline. Russia at the moment leading with 4 out of 5 targets at 17 minutes in the third lap. While now the next fire mission for Russian Federation, and the gunner Dmitry Kuklin is tracking the 700-meter target, and it's a hit. What a rocket of a gunner. This is extraordinary, giving them top 5 out of 5 top fire accuracy in this amazing, extraordinary performance. We just saw the chief coach, Major TRtrebuC for Russian Federation. Just recently, he was the champion of Tank Biathlon 2014, a multiple winner and prize holder of all Army International Games. Time has passed, and he is a coach, giving his important experience to young cadets in Russia. Thank you, Ilmar. And now we're back to the race, watching Kyrgyzstan, while China is about to also record their second lap. And Belarus is through the second lap behind the Russian team. All of the teams are certainly putting in their best. This is incredible. Now, this is the long straight where we see astonishing speeds. Right now, 80 kilometers an hour. We saw maximum speed just recorded by Russian Federation in this long straight. Certainly, the stands are also coming alive. This team is going all the way. It's not about to hold back or give up. Now, another change this year is the designated stop obstacle that replaces the rake from the previous years. The crew has to exit the vehicle, inspect the tank, and then load the machine gun for the next fire mission. Tanks, Chinese clearly passed the anti-tank trench and is surging ahead into the second lap. All of the line flagmen are also cadets of the Combined Armed Forces Russian Federation College. Certainly also very careful in watching these international teams pass their obstacles, perform their fire missions, and give us clear indications on any mistakes. Red flag signals a mistake, white flag signals clean passages, and right now we are watching Kyrgyzstan. Thanks to the GPS tracker installed, we're able to follow the location and speeds of all the tanks. While Belarus, Senior Lieutenant Artyom Rys has just loaded his 15 rounds with 6 traces. This is a 12.7mm heavy tank machine gun cord, and Belarus is now performing their fire mission. Shot volleys are flying for Belarus, and it's a hit. Well done for Team Belarus. Certainly a strongest of contestants in this race. Now, machine gun is unloaded and locked. Artyom is back into the turret, sealing the hatches, and the tank is moving away. And now the third crew, Russian Federation, at the finish line. Well done. What an amazing, astonishing, extraordinary best time of 20 minutes and 44 seconds. No penalties recorded. Top fire accuracy, giving us a perfect combo on the first 3 targets and not missing any of the machine gun targets. This was the amazing, unforgettable show set by the third crew of Russian Federation. Thank you, dear friends. Thank you for not disappointing us. They certainly, these reigning champions, never fail to strike emotions along with the targets here at Alabina. Military salutes are being exchanged here at Alabina with national colors of Russian Federation flying, celebrating this amazing win and also the Officers' Day in Russia. Quite soon, these cadets are going to become tank commanders, leaders. So once again, congratulations to the tank crew. Savely Dupin, tank commander, gunner Dmitry Kuklin, and Sergeant Yakov Ilanov, third crew, Russia. What an astonishing show, setting the stands and the audiences alive, taking the roof off today. Right now we're back to Kyrgyzstan helicopter machine gun mission. Let's check carefully whether Kyrgyzstan can improve on their previous failures with the tank targets. Certainly his fire requires corrections by the coaches. The coaches are located at the command post and are watching the crew. Right now we saw a pole, the post of the target being struck, but not the target yet. Do they still have ammo? Yes, we can see volleys flying in short bursts, but it looks like this was the last volley, and Kyrgyzstan is taking its time to give itself the best opportunity to hit this second target. Now China is about to engage the same target. Senior Sergeant First Class Liu Zhe is the gunner who is going to take this mission for the People's Republic. Now, that's the way to go. What a way to go for Kyrgyzstan. They finally hit with the last volley. This helicopter target is down, bowing to Kyrgyzstan tankers. And now China unfortunately missed on their helicopter target and just earned themselves a penalty lap. One penalty lap equals 500 meters. Well, now it will be up to the driver to get the crew free for People's Republic of China out of trouble. And now Belarus records their second lap time, only 43 seconds behind Team Russia. Belarus tankers are performing strongly this year. They're still in with a chance to win this race. Only 14 minutes and they're into the third lap. They took 6th position in the rankings overall last year, but it was not through the lack of trying, let me tell you. In the semi-finals last year, Belarus performed in the pouring rain. That was an absolute downpour, and none of the teams was able to cope. That's the reason for the team taking 6th position last year. And now this was the last perfect combo for Belarus, giving them top fire accuracy at this stage. Certainly putting some smiles on the faces of the fans. Patriot Park at Alabina Army Proving Ground sounds alive with all of the cheers. The fan club, the audiences, offline and online, are supporting all of the crews, all of the teams taking part. Well, the reigning champions had already taken the ground and finished the race, so now there is still a way to go to determine who is going to be the ultimate winners in this race. Now the replay for People's Republic of China. Certainly Chinese tankers are growing in experience year on year. They annually reshuffle their teams almost fully. I say almost because some of the members have already been veterans of this tank biathlon, as opposed to Russia or Armenia team, for instance. According to the order of the Minister of Defense, Russian Federation, hero of Russia, Sergei Shoigu. Every year Russian team is completely updated, and the chance to become a winner exists for every tanker in our motherland. Many boys, many young cadets are dreaming of taking the field for their country, dreaming of the honor to fly the national flags and show their best at this tank biathlon. Well, let's wish them all the best of luck, because certainly, dear friends, dreams do come true as long as you practice hard. Now, Kyrgyzstan, the champions of the second division last year. Amazing race last year. Highly recommended. Find it online and just watch the finals for the second division in 2021. Kyrgyzstan was simply remarkable in that race. Certainly they made mistakes today, but that's not to say that Kyrgyzstan is going to miss the semi-finals this year. Only positive comments remain after watching the first crew performances in these individual hits. Right now, the 27 crews for 21 countries had already finished their performances in these individual hits. Only a few more are going to feature today. We're in for another 2 events of the second division. And right now, we're back to Belarus. 23-year-old Denis Moisenko, the gunner for the Republic, strikes on the target, just shatters it, leaving us no doubt to supremacy of Belarus in this race. Amazing fire accuracy. Only 2.5 minutes is separating Belarus from the race leaders Russia, giving us more suspense and giving Belarus a chance to yet steal the game from Russian Federation. Now China is following closely in second lap. 15 minutes time elapsed into the race. The fourth target proved too challenging, however, another still remains for the Chinese tankers. Now, we're going to the current positions at the top of the screen. Russia, Belarus, China, and Kyrgyzstan is following. Yet, this is not over yet, and it's too early to call. That's not the end. We just could have some unexpected surprises today. Certainly, we're still at the edge of our seats, holding our fingers crossed for all of these first division teams. Right now, we're watching the coaxial Kalashnikov tank machine gun 7.62mm being loaded to engage in the next fire mission on the enemy anti-tank missile unit target. And let's see the Chinese tank proceed to the firing point. We're getting some excellent camera work today, giving us some amazing images of this powerful armor. Right now, we did see certain mistakes in this race. However, let me tell you, this division's race has been remarkable in terms of obstacles passed, targets hit. Certainly all of the crews this year are giving us a remarkable performance. Especially speaking of yesterday's show, the second division clash, highly recommended. Now, dear friends, don't forget that the 1st of October celebrates the Day of Ground Forces in the Russian Federation. History of the ground forces stretches back to the 1st of October 1550. On that day, Tsar Ivan IV issued his decree to constitute the first regiments of the ground forces of the Russian Federation. And 1st of October, dear friends, remains the birthday of Russia's ground forces. So, Belarus into the trench, clearly passing through the obstacle. Now, we just saw a replay where Kyrgyzstan team just knocked one of the obstacle poles, indicated by the red flag from the lineman. They will need to take a penalty lap. Belarus is at the finish line, 21-26. Amazing performance, putting them in the second position in this race. Now, dear friends, Belarus has certainly amazed us this year. We were happy with the 5 missions. Top accuracy, careful driving, racing of the Belarus team. Now everyone at the command post are putting their hands together to congratulate the Belarus tankers. Introducing the crew for Belarus, Senior Lieutenant. Congratulations to our brothers from Belarus. Senior Lieutenant Artyom Rys. Senior Warrant Officer Denis Moisenko was the gunner, and the driver was the Corporal Andrei Zelevich from Belarus. Now still in the second position in this race. However, China is still 2 minutes behind. Anything is possible because China has just destroyed their third target, shattering the glass. For the best of luck for all the teams, for all of the fans, all of the audiences, online and offline. Certainly, they are making this happen today. And these top teams are on top of their game in this unique motorsport event. Now back to Kyrgyzstan, engaging the enemy anti-tank missile unit target. Let's hope they can improve on their fire accuracy with machine guns, making amends for the previous misses on the tanks. Right now, he shatters and it's done! Bingo for Kyrgyzstan, begging them the second machine gun fire mission. The gunner Sanjan Baganbekov for Kyrgyzstan asked us that this show is dedicated to his mother. His mother is watching her favorite son perform in this amazing spectacle of adrenaline-fueled action, and we are sure she's now crying with pride for her son. Now Kyrgyzstan is taking place in the first division for the first year actually in the first division, not performing sometimes in terms of fire accuracy, however still proving themselves to definitely be a top team. Just now in the Armenia turn, a mistake was made on the minefield obstacle by the team. And they called it Armenia turn, dear friends, because this year Armenia crews reminded us of this forgotten nickname. Back in 2014, during training rounds, Armenia crew flipped their tank after a drifting turn in this long straight. And hopefully we had not seen any overturned vehicles this year. But it wasn't through the lack of trying this year. They saw the race stopped, they saw disqualifications, but certainly lent a lot of character to this tournament. Thank Armenia for this amazing, unforgettable performance. However, not to be repeated because the team was disqualified for ramming one of the other team tanks yesterday. Watch it in the replays on YouTube. Also highly recommended. Amazing, unforgettable clash, worthy of the first division. And the first crew for Russian Federation set 20:42, and the third group 20:44. Almost same, only 2 seconds apart. What a pity for People's Republic of China, having to take a pit stop due to the fault on one of the obstacles. They're going to waste valuable seconds before reaching the finish line, setting them clearly into the third position. Just look at the replay, how dangerous that was. This is Kyrgyzstan at the penalty laps. Almost losing the penalty lap distance and going into the bush. Now coming back on track. Certainly this is not a highway to speed. However, some of the teams are certainly making us happy with their amazing motorsport performances and terrific results for this race. We just could call the top 3 for the race. Congratulations to People's Republic of China. Third position in this individual heat race. Amazing performance from the top 3 teams. Russia remains the leader, followed by Belarus, and People's Republic of China is now flying its national colors, proudly saluting their coaches, their fans, their supporters in the stands, introducing the team. Liu Jie, the tank commander, gunner Sergeant Fu Yui, and the driver Junior Sergeant Wang Zhanhua. Thank you for this memorable performance. Well done on behalf of People's Liberation Army. Certainly, this was the expected fire accuracy for all of the top 3 teams. We saw some top speeds also reached at this track today, almost 80 kilometers an hour. 2 complete combos scored on the tank targets, on the machine gun fire missions by Russia and Belarus. China and Kyrgyzstan also never failed to amaze us with their spectacle that they put on in this tank biathlon anniversary edition for the 8th Army International Games. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far away. Kyrgyzstan is about to finish their 3rd lap, and today we also expect another 2 second division showdowns featuring Iran, Zimbabwe and South Ossetia in the first, and in the last 9th heat of this individual series featuring Republic of Abkhazia, Tajikistan and Sudan. In the next week we're also going to see the amazing, unforgettable performances from the semi-final and the final relay races. Now, unfortunately, we are watching Kyrgyzstan take their penalty pit stop just before the finish line. And stand reminded, friends, that the final will take place on the 27th of August. News just in. A decision was taken by the chief referee that the pit stop given to People's Republic of China is going to be deleted. The time spent at the pit stop is going to be struck from the Chinese team. There was a disputable scuffing of one of the poles at the minefield, but thanks to the video reviews, it was determined that it was a clean passage of the minefield by Team China. The time wasted in this penalty pit stop is going to be given back to the team. And now Kyrgyzstan, welcome at the finish line. 38-42. All of the fans for Republic of Kyrgyzstan are on their feet. Well, this is the end of this race. Bravo! And let's name this crew once again. Shaipul is back, Senior Lieutenant, Tank Commander for Kyrgyzstan. Junior Sergeant Sanjar Baketbekov, gunner and driver Dilmurod Azizov. Well, Shaib, this was a fine race. Certainly putting in your best. However, missing some tank targets. Nonetheless, we're quite happy with Kyrgyzstan performance. Still worthy of the first division. Kyrgyzstan is now exchanging military salutes, congratulating all of the fans here at Alabina, all of the fans at Zvezda, the Star TV channel, also the Ministry of Defense website, mil.ru, online audiences, YouTube and RuTube. Thank you for this show. Thank you for joining us, dear friends. This was certainly an unforgettable last first division clash for this tank biathlon anniversary edition. Once again, don't go away. We still have 2 second division events on the menu for today, featuring in the lists some of the strongest second division teams. And these are the total rankings for this race. Top place remains Russia, undefeated champions, at 20 minutes and 44 seconds with maximum speed of 80 kilometers an hour in this remarkable race. Thank you. Now we're going to the total rankings table for Division 1, where the first 2 crews, the first and third crew from Russia, this is almost the final table now. It will hardly be changed this year. Now, these are the results. First and third crew, Russia, first 2 positions, followed by Belarus, 21-26. Fourth position belongs to second crew, Russia team, followed by China third, Belarus first, Kazakhstan third, and then closing the rankings, Mongolia, Azerbaijan, and 3104. And the second page of the last of the lists belongs to Venezuela. They are really closing the rankings this year, and unfortunately it looks like Venezuela is out of the semi-finals this year. Certainly a pity for this first division team, which might well relegate them into the second division next year. Well, certainly all of these teams are putting in their 100%, but sometimes it's not good enough. However, dear friends, today we saw that the clash ran hot for all of these top teams. Certainly a remarkable race. The highlights, Kyrgyzstan in the 4th position, featuring the third crew for this republic. Some mistakes were made. Over-anxiety perhaps caused the misses on the tank targets. Just yesterday we spoke to the crew. I spoke to them personally, and the guys were worried. According to the toss, Kyrgyzstan ended up in the lined up, matched against the strongest world teams, Russia, China and Belarus. This presented a serious challenge to this novice team in the first division. Now let us hope for a better performance yet next year. After hearing of the referee commission tonight. We're going to learn the names of the semi-finalists. Kyrgyzstan might yet make it into the semi-finals. Now China, one of the strongest world teams. Practically no mistakes were made. Perfect combo was struck on the tank targets. However, they missed the next helicopter target, where they lost the penalty lap time, perhaps costing them the second position denied by Belarus. There was an argumentative dispute and the minefield obstacle. However, Team China was returned this penalty pit stop time. And just look at Chinese fans pouring their hearts out for their team in the stands. And now, the second position in this clash belongs to Team Belarus, our brother nation. As usual, certainly follow the way forward, treating neck to neck to Russian team, always going shoulder to shoulder. Amazing performance, unforgettable clash from Belarus, and Belarus enters the top 3 leaders thanks to Team 3, thanks to the crew from the Republic. And by the way, dear friends, right now in front of the Glory Mount, we can see the Kyrgyzstan tank flying past. We're going to look at them later. And right now, over to the reigning, undefeated, undisputed champions of the track, Russian Federation. This young cadets from Kazan Higher Tankers Academy, the famous cradle of world-class tankers, headed by the chief of General Staff, Russian Federation, Deputy Minister of Defense, Valery Gerasimov, the Army General. Russian Federation is also a graduate of this tank college. And today, Russia proved us that they're able to go all the way, never stopping, never holding back, and making us all happy today with this remarkable, emotion-fueled clash, giving them the first position, flying the flag high, and allowing us remarkable, unique motorsport event that's called Tank Biathlon. And this was the individual heats race for the first division, final race. And today, once again, please note, 2 second division crews are going to take the field. Second, running at 11:15. This was your all-time Tank Biathlon host, Nikolai Fedorov. And co-hosting for the English-speaking audiences, Dmitry Kulinsky. Take care of each other, love each other, and your Ministry of Defense, Russian Federation, always remains next to you. Of this tank biathlon, the 18th of August 2022. We are back to the second division individual hits at the Labina Army Proving Ground for Western Military District. The whole week saw individual hits of the 10th anniversary tank biathlon of the 8th International Army Games. Great weather out here in the ground, 28 degrees Celsius. Great visibility for the targets, and certainly great visibility for this race. Second cruise featuring in this race for Iran, Zimbabwe and South Ossetia. 3 tanks are going to be racing in this tank, decided by the cast draw. Division 2 has an odd number of teams. 11 teams feature in the second division, and this 3-crew showdown fell to Iran, Zimbabwe and South Ossetia. We're live on Zvezda, the Star TV channel, introducing the referees: Lieutenant Colonel Vladimir Dzagoyev, South Ossetia, Zimbabwe, Major Lawrence Dubey, and Lieutenant Colonel Muhammad Kamali Ardakani represents Iran. All is ready to introduce the crews. And this is your tank biathlon host, Nikolai Fedorov, and co-hosting for the English-speaking audience is Dmitry Kulitsky. Now, South Ossetia tank. Color-coded green, tank commander, Senior Lieutenant Sergei Gobozov. Gunner, Senior Lieutenant Dmitry Bukulov. And the driver is Sergeant Atsamas Kazayev. South Ossetia, second crew. Now, red color-coded tank. Introducing Republic of Zimbabwe, tank commander Lieutenant Chatindo Heaven. The gunner, Corporal Chakanuka Taikmo, and Mesinyani Tendai is the driver. Zimbabwe second crew, please put your hands together. And blue color-coded tank. Introducing Islamic Republic of Iran. Tank commander Lieutenant Milad Rahmati, the gunner Senior Lieutenant Javak Hadje, and the driver Junior Lieutenant Said Ranjbar. The signal to start the race is given here at Alamina Army Proving Ground. This is the signal for the crews to take their seats in the armored vehicles. Zimbabwe and Iran missed the previous 2 years due to the pandemic situation. Last times we saw them taking the field back in 2019. Well, let's hope this missed time will not affect their performance. 21 teams, 21 nations are featuring in the contest this year. The number is growing year on year. Last year we saw 19 countries, and there are 35 countries as part of 34 International Army Games. The contests are running in 12 different countries. All of the T-72B3s are provided by the Russian Federation. Also, the countries enjoy opportunities to bring their own tanks compatible in technical specs to T-72B3s. And the People's Republic of China uses their own Type 96Bs, and Republic of Belarus uses their own armed services, armed forces, T-72B3s that are part of their tank corps. Now, Vladimir Dzagoyev, the coach for South Ossetia. And as soon as the tank commander reports ready to start, This will be given to the chief referee. The chief referee for the contest is Major General Kirill Kulakov, the head of Kazan Tankers Academy. He will give the start command, and they will be off racing. This year, the second division is only taken part in the individual hits. The decision was taken to learn the winners according to the results of these individual hits. The final ratings will be done on the 21st of August after the end of the last individual hits race. We're going to see starts with intervals to spread them through the range. The first to start is Republic of South Ossetia. However, it's down to the chief referee to assign priority. Usually starting with the right flag. This is the Zimbabwe coach on the screens. Yeah. The military armed forces university interpreters provide interpretation for all the non-Russian speaking teams. And now Zimbabwe was the first to start. Now, dear friends, we are watching the red tank for Zimbabwe going through the restricted obstacle course. Carefully skirting the tank around these poles. Certainly don't want to knock any poles. This could result in penalty pit stops. In a stance, we see Zimbabwe servicemen also supporting their friends from Crew 2. Certainly important experience. And the Zimbabwe servicemen are cadets in one of our tank academies. Now, Zimbabwe stopped. All of the crew members have to dismount, line up for a quick inspection, and now they can load their 3 standard 125mm shells. Not an easy job to load the shells. Three rounds are used by the second division teams. However, additional ammunition is issued to first division teams in case targets are not hit. There were changes in the rules this year for both divisions in terms of penalty laps and penalty pit stops. Earlier, we only used to have 1 penalty lap for not hitting the tank targets. This year, missing on the tank targets results in 2 penalty laps, so it's possible to do many extra kilometers, 500 meters per penalty lap, compared to 1 full lap of this tank biathlon of the distance 4 kilometers, 100 meters. And the first fire mission is about to be taken by Zimbabwe. As soon as they report ready, they will proceed to the firing line. 3 targets will be raised simultaneously. That's another difference from the last year, according to the decision taken by the Chief Commander of the Ground Forces of Russian Federation, Army General Leonid Alexalikov. The gunners will need to take an independent decision on which target to engage first out of the 3 simultaneously raised in the ground. And so the red targets are out in the field. Now we need to hurry for Zimbabwe. Certainly for first division, it's different for the first division because there is a 20-second time for the first shot. But here there is only 4 minutes for the whole 3 targets cut-off time. Now the gunner is the corporal, Chekanyuka Take More. 16 to 1800 meter ranges to target. No difference which target to tackle first. All of the targets are perfectly visible. It's down to the gunner as to which to engage first. Certainly the tank commander and the gunner are the ones taking the decision on which target to engage. And first fire. It's over. Unfortunately, the first shot went over to wide for Zimbabwe. The coach for the Republic is using the binoculars to monitor his line of fire to best correct their accuracy. This is a very important part of their work. The coaches are present throughout the race and carefully monitor and correct their crew to the best result. Let me remind you once again that Zimbabwe, along with Iran, missed the previous 2 years, certainly having perhaps diluted some of their experience and skills. However, putting in doing their so take more targets. If we had seen a separate championship for the fans supporting their team, Zimbabwe fans would have taken gold. The support they're giving their crew, their team, and the other team. Individual hits races for the second division, the last day of these individual hits races. Just now we saw an amazing performance from the legends, the champions, the kings of this track, Russian Federation, in a remarkable first division performance. And now we're into the second division clash, featuring Iran, Zimbabwe, and South Ossetia. Fine day providing for great visibility in the ground, giving us all the chances to enjoy wonderful fire missions and racing action in this unique tank biathlon event. Now, this is your tank biathlon host, Nikolai Fedorov, and co-hosting for the English-speaking audiences is Dmitry Kulinsky. Introducing the referee panel international for this race, Vladimir Zagoyev, Lawrence Dubé, and Kamali Mohamed Ardakani. Now, South Ossetia is going to be refereed by the Abkhazia referee. And now, introducing the right flank, color-coded green, the tank for Republic of South Ossetia, tank commander Vadim Dudayev, gunner Captain Alexei Mamiev, and the driver is Junior Sergeant Denis Kakoyev for South Ossetia, third group. Over to the second fire line. And the red color-coded tank introducing Republic of Zimbabwe. The tank commander, Lieutenant Muniradze Simon. Sergeant Dube Guardsman is the gunner, and the driver is Corporal Trevor Prince Chavaruka for Zimbabwe. Third crew. And left flank, introducing Islamic Republic of Iran. Tank commander, Lieutenant Muhammad Ali Ganbari Nasab. The gunner is Sergeant First Class Dabiri Hussein. And the driver is Junior Lieutenant Mehdi Haydari. Iran, third crew. Oh, dear friends, everything is ready to start, and the signal to start the engines is given here at the Labina Army Proving Ground, laying the start to this amazing adrenaline-fueled race for the second division final clashes. Oh, we can see Viking, it says in Russian, on the South Ossetia tank. Well done, the Vikings. Certainly all of these crews featuring in today's race are real gladiators. And the Vikings are the first to start. The chief referee is now taking reports from the coaches for the teams. Coaches are reporting ready to start, and then the order to start the race will be given. Vladimir Zagoyev, the coach for Republic South Ossetia, is on screen, and this is the chief referee for the contest, the head of Kazan Tankers Academy, Major General Kirill Kulakov. He is saying, green, proceed. On the track for individual his race, and it's on. South Ossetia takes the field. The Vikings are out in the track for this last individual hits race for the team. Second division teams will not enter the semi-final relay races. This will be the last final hits race that's going to go into the final tally, identifying the winners and the three medalists. Also, the top crews of the tank biathlon in these individual hits races are going to be individually awarded on the 25th of August. Right now, they just passed the restricted maneuvering obstacle and are proceeding to the loading site for the next fire mission. They're about to load the 3 standard artillery shells. By the way, friends, only 3 shells are used in this first tank fire mission in the first division. Second division, pardon you. In the first division, additional rounds are used on these first 3 targets. However, second division is denied this opportunity. And we are watching the crew about to load. These are pretty heavy rounds. 19 kilo is the weight of the main round, and additional 10 is its charge, giving a total of 29 kilograms of all. South Ossetia, certainly a proud nation, proudly performing in this tank biathlon on its 10th anniversary. And they're going to now fly into the fire line, color-coded green, to engage the 3 tank targets. Now, the time, 20-second cutoff for the first shot doesn't apply to second division teams, as opposed to 4 minutes in total. The targets are now out in the range at 16. for the first target. He is going to independently identify and engage his target. Let's hope South Ossetia can make us happy today with some great fire missions. We're all waiting for the first shot from the 83rd crew. The race still has a long way to run. Only 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the race. We can certainly a short delay prior to the first target engagement, and now it's a hit. It's a hit. Well done on the right target for South Ossetia. It's on. The Vikings struck true on the first target, and now are about to engage the second. It's on. The second is also a hit. Show. Let's hope that they can back the perfect combo with the 3 top targets. Only 1 remains. This is your last chance. Last chance for the crew to enter their name into the record books. This may yet be the best performance for all the South Ossetia crews. And fire. But it remains standing. South Ossetia earned themselves 2 penalty laps, and it's now down to the driver to get the team out of trouble. Iran is certainly a worthy adversary in this second division clash. We're tipping favorites as Iran and South Ossetia. Certainly a clash between the two. However, news just in, it was hit. Video replays recorded. The replay we are watching right now, and that's the first shot. Clear hit for the Viking team. Second. Also striking the target, leaving us no doubt. And this is the third, giving South Ossetia a perfect combo. No, dear friends, it does look like it's passed. Actually, we were too fast to speak as well. Same as the gunner for South Ossetia, and the team did earn themselves 2 penalty laps, unfortunately, but still well done for the Viking team for the second division. Quite a good result, 2 out of 3 targets. We just saw Kyrgyzstan in the first division miss all of the third targets with 6 rounds. So this gives South Ossetia a pretty good fight for the second division crew. Right now, Zimbabwe also out in the track, and the war drums are sounding, taking the roof off the stands. Certainly, Zimbabwe fans would have won a separate support cheerleading contest had the Army Games featured this, because the warmth of Zimbabwe fans is really legendary in this stance. Now Corporal Trevor Prince Chavaraka is carefully skirting the tank around the restricted maneuvering course. He's a 30-year veteran of this tank biathlon, a 33-year-old serviceman. Zimbabwe is quite an experienced team, despite being outsiders in this round, matched against Iran and South Ossetia. This year we saw first and second record difficulties, and at the moment they're at the very end of the individual race rankings. Just now we saw the driver for South Ossetia clearly knock one of the poles at the anti-tank trench, and slightly damaged one of the skirts, side skirts on the T-72B3. We are watching Zimbabwe stopping at the ammo loading bay, about to load up on this 125mm ammunition. We don't consider safety considerations paramount at this ground, and combat fire missions are performed in this range with real live rounds, using main caliber, using heavy machine guns such as a 12.7mm anti-aircraft and 7.62 coaxial. However, now South Ossetia just passed their penalty pit stop for breaching the last obstacle and recorded their lap time, 8:27. However, still missed the 2 penalty laps for missing the first target. Just knocked one of the balls, probably with one of the elements of the hanging side skirt. Let's watch the replay on that last obstacle. Clearly riding over one of the balls. Let's wish them the best of luck in the following obstacles. The team is certainly in with a chance. It's going to be a real clash once Iran takes the field. And we're seeing them set up their anti-aircraft machine gun. According to the rules changed from last year, they have to independently set up their machine guns during the pit stops, designated pit stops, which replace the rake obstacle this year, and proceed to their fire mission. And this was once again the track bridge for South Ossetia. They're scoring many penalty pit stops, unfortunately, for the fans. However, first and foremost consideration here, as we said earlier, is certainly safety. And Zimbabwe team is at the fire line. Their second crew struck 2 targets out of 3. First crew missed all of their targets, so let us expect a better performance from Zimbabwe's third crew. Come on. Come on, Zimbabwe. We want all of the targets to be hit by all the teams, certainly supporting all of these gladiators, all of these tankers from all of the nations, flying their flags here at this 10th anniversary unique motorsport tank biathlon. And we can see the coach for Zimbabwe carefully watching his crew performing their fire mission and not waiting long for the first shot finally. However, we are not observing any damage to the target, most likely earning the team another 2 laps. However, they still have a chance to match the performance of the second crew with 2 targets. No additional ammo will be loaded in the second division clash as opposed to the first division. And in the meanwhile, South Ossetia is approaching their next fire mission for the anti-aircraft fire on the helicopter target. We can see them. We will be able to watch their fire mission in a moment. And Zimbabwe is missing again. The first 2 shots resulted in 2 misses for the team. Third, still standing at the range of 1800 meters, engaged. However, this just earned Zimbabwe 6 penalty laps. That's 3 kilometers in penalty distance, wasting priceless seconds. Let's wish Zimbabwe fans more luck with the following fire missions. Certainly some hard lessons need to be learned by the team. After all, practice makes perfect, and these amicable clashes in the tank biathlon will serve to improve their combat preparedness. And now Iran is out in the track, taking the field in this individual his second division race, while South Ossetia keeps knocking off the balls like bowling pins at the slope. It was a strikeout for South Ossetia teams, recording themselves many penalty pit stops along with a few penalty laps for missing one of the targets, despite remaining leaders in terms of fire accuracy. Speaking of Iran, we saw a very strong performance from them this year. First crew Iran in the 9th position, first crew Iran in the 3rd. So we are watching South Ossetia continue their rampage on the restricting slope poles. Very well done. If this had been a bowling alley, we could have said strike. But I think South Ossetia driver needs to be more careful. Junior Sergeant Denis Kakoyev needs to concentrate. Also in the penalty laps to get the team out of trouble. Now Iran is loading up on their 3 standard artillery shells for the next fire mission. The driver is climbing back in the tank. The track is quite wet and muddy. It has been watered early this morning by a plane. An Il-76 passed overhead, dropping 40 tons of water to water this track so we can be able to enjoy great visibility during this performance. Unless this had been done, we would not have been able to witness many of these remarkable fire missions due to dust collected by the tanks. Now, blue tank targets are out at ranges from 16 to 1800 meters. The gunner for Iran is a 2nd-year serviceman and a 1st-year novice at the tank biathlon. Unfortunately, the first round looks under. Fell just under, not hitting the target. Come on, Iran. We really want to see more fire accuracy from one of the strongest teams in the 2nd division. They're about to strike at the 2nd target. Iran. Second fire. Way to go! Well done for Iran. And we can see their fans and supporters, their teammates cheering them from the stands. Only one target remains, and in the meanwhile, South Ossetia is about to engage the helicopter target. Vadim Dudayev, the tank commander, is aiming at the target. However, Iran is now reporting a delay. In case a crew reports a technical delay, then 2 timers are started. And in case this technical delay is ruled through no crew's fault, this time is going to be added back and not reduced from the crew best time. Let us learn what happened later. However, now we just saw South Ossetia strike and hit on their 2nd target. Well done for the machine gun fire mission. The flare is clearly indicating a target hit. 15 rounds was just enough for South Ossetia tank commander to perform this fire mission. Forward the Vikings. It's on for the Vikings today. And Iran, adding more suspense, is still at a standstill. Apparently this technical problem has not been yet sorted, and the crew is now waiting, not yet engaging this last target. Apparently they are attempting to remove the possible delay independently, because we haven't seen any technical support race to the third crew for Iran. In the meanwhile, Zimbabwe is really catching up for time lost earlier. Flying and speeds almost 50 kilometers an hour through the track. They are not stopping for anything. They are not about to give up. They still have to face the 3 penalty laps after doing the first 3, and Iran struck on one of the targets out of 3. 4 penalty laps are going to be assigned, setting the team back. This may be fatal in terms of time, in terms of timing, in this clash with their closest rivals in this race, South Ossetia. This is the replay. First shot really went under. It was on with the second shot. The Vikings cheered, taking the roof off the stands, however, leaving the remaining target intact out in the range, earning themselves 4 penalty laps and costing the team valuable minutes. Let's wish them better luck on the following targets. So far, South Ossetia is leading the race in the second lap with 3 targets out of 5, 2 of which are tank targets. Iran follows, still in the first lap with 1 target out of 5. Racing now to record their first lap time. Not all is lost. Certainly, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of the tankers. They only need to pick up speed in the next 2 laps to be in with a chance for the first position in this clash, matching them, putting them into the top 5 for the division. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe is about to face the next 2 machine gun fire missions. We are placing high hopes on the team. That's where they stop now. This is the designated pit stop obstacle that replaces the last year's rake, and they're about to load their machine gun for the anti-aircraft fire. This is the 12.7mm quad anti-aircraft machine gun used to engage low-flying enemy targets. Helicopter is a perfect representation of one of these. We're watching Zimbabwe crew now loading and setting up this heavy machine gun. It's classified as small arms, being 12.7mm. However, this curved anti-aircraft heavy machine gun is a real sniper by nature. It is capable of engaging high-priority targets and groups of targets at distances of up to 2 kilometers with great accuracy. Wide range of ammunition types at 12.7mm caliber allows to suppress heavy and light armored vehicles, low speed and low altitude aerial targets, and enemy manpower protected by top armored classes. Quad HMG considerably augments firepower and combat capabilities of any units in all of various amounts. And now Iran back to back following South Ossetia, just seconds apart between the 2 teams. Iran stopping in the designated pit stop to load their machine gun for the fire mission lap 2. All of the 3 crew members have to exit the vehicle before loading the anti-aircraft machine gun. We are watching them set it up now. He carefully locks it in place. Ammunition belt is also collected. 15 rounds with 6 traces are going to be used during the next fire mission. Let's wish them the best of luck. Everything is resting on their shoulders now. Now restricted passage in the graphics on screen. Unfortunately, this element that they ripped off at the anti-tank trench is now preventing the team clean passage through all of the obstacles. They would have rather lost it, however, it's still hanging on, giving the team even more penalty laps. What a pity for the team, because the driver is doing a great job if it weren't for this single mistake. Now fouling the race for South Ossetia. Certainly Iran is now looking good as the favorites, despite the lower fire accuracy compared to our race leaders, the Green Tank. And now, second lap time, 23:29, third lap. Second crew for South Ossetia, friends, also was plagued by problems. The team, the crew 2 for South Ossetia team took part in the race. However, tank replacements were seen. Mistakes were later made by the crew. They could not continue the biathlon. Were disqualified, unfortunately, in the initial race. However, allowed to take the field the next day. South Ossetia loading the coaxial Iran at the vertical step is carved obstacle. This is a 9-meter obstacle, 90 centimeters long. First crew for South Ossetia is now in the 6th position in the overall rankings for the division. Zimbabwe. Hopefully this was a white flag passage. Well done for the driver from Zimbabwe. Iran also follows filigree work from both drivers at these obstacles. Iran and Zimbabwe are both in the second lap and are both about to pull up at the next target simultaneously. Now all of the 3 crew members need to exit. It's the hardest for the driver to exit the tank, and that's the reason why sometimes during movement we can see the tank main caliber cannon slightly tilted forward and to the right. This is the reason for this tilt. It's to enable the driver to quickly get out in case of need or in case of trouble in real combat situations. Now, the chief referee of this tank biathlon, Major General Kirill Kulakov, gives us permission to fire, and the 41-year-old tank commander for Iran opens fire on the helicopter target. He's the 3rd-year veteran of this tank biathlon, and let us keep our fingers crossed for Iran now. In case the target is hit, we're going to see clear smoke flare signal. With rare exceptions, it always goes off. Sometimes strong rains can prevent it, and for these reasons careful inspections are performed post the fire missions to maintain accuracy on the fire target judgment. And now he's still firing. Shot volleys and single rounds are flying, but we're seeing the belt now discarded, and the machine gun is being locked and loaded. Target remains for Iran, bringing the total penalty time tally to 5 laps. Let's hope they won't earn any more. They earned 4 penalty laps for missing the 2 tank targets and 1 additional for missing the helicopter target. Well, certainly third crew for Iran is not shooting as sharp as we saw in the clash of the second crew against its rivals. Certainly second crew for Iran performed much better. And Lieutenant Simon Iranzi is now racing. Tank commander for Zimbabwe also reported weapon unloaded. He did not undertake the fire mission. Just watch him now. He throws out the full belt. He wasn't able to load it. We're not sure as to the reason why. He discarded the full ammunition belt and reported weapon unloaded. He earned himself 1 penalty lap for not engaging the target and the second penalty lap for not shooting, not engaging the target. So not hitting and not engaging results in 1 penalty lap each. This brings the total for Zimbabwe's penalty laps to 8. 4 kilometers. In case they don't have enough time to do this during the race, this average time on penalty laps will be added to the total crew time. And South Ossetia, we just saw a decision was taken to remove this piece of the board of the skirt in front of the tank, which scored them so many penalty pit stops. Zimbabwe races over 60 kilometers an hour. Careful now after this long straight and the sharp turn. We certainly don't want to see any accidents, however they are fast. Certainly Zimbabwe driver Corporal Trevor Prince Chavaruka is no slow lane driver. Red through just mid-road and 6 penalty lap was recorded. This time will be added to their result without needing to take it. It's a dangerous turn now. All of the tanks have to follow their own track. They're racing through the minefield. Look at this, neck-to-neck race. Careful now, it's going to be a collision. And he is driving Zimbabwe off the track, stopping them. Amazing collision from Iran. Certainly this is a disqualification-worthy fault. According to the rules of this tank biathlon, we may see the race stopped. It will be lucky if the crews are allowed to finish this race and Iran is not disqualified. However, yesterday we saw a similar collision from Armenia team that was reckless and the team was disqualified after finishing the race. Right now, for some reason, we saw a similar change in direction. Iran was swerving to the left as if wanting to cut off Zimbabwe, deny them the opportunity to overtake. They were actually cut off and stopped dead in their tracks by Iran. Well, certainly reckless driving. We doubt that this was intentional. Iran's driver, Junior Lieutenant could not have just decided to cut off his mates from Zimbabwe, denying them the opportunity to overtake. But certainly that's made for some drama to the second division clash. Amazing drama, amazing action, amazing fire missions, and this unforgettable spectacle of adrenaline-fueled action in this thrilling 10th anniversary tank biathlon. And now South Ossetia, coaxial machine gun fire mission on target, representing the enemy anti-tank missile unit. The target is now erected at a distance of 700 meters out in the field. Color-coded green for the team. Let's hope South Ossetia can strike on the target, giving them top fire accuracy in this individual hits round. This is a coaxial machine gun, and for this reason it's necessary to rotate the tank turret to aim in the right direction, which we just saw South Ossetia tank do. 15 rounds with 6 races are issued in this fire mission, and it's on! It's on for South Ossetia! He strikes the target, giving them 4 targets out of 5. Well done for Alexei Mamiev, from also a graduate of Kazan Tankers Academy. Look at this flying tank overcoming the bridge from Iran. But unfortunately, Iran may be racing towards a disqualification. It's hard to tell as yet. Please don't take my word for it. The chief referee with the international panel are going to make their decision by the end of this race. And we are going to be live with the outcome of this hearing and inform the fans as quickly as possible. Everyone is anxious about the fate of Iran in this round. Now, dear friends, after a break, after a day off tomorrow, we're going to be into the first division semi-final relay races, providing more thrilling entertainment in its spectacular clash for the final, to learn who is going to take the field in this 2022 10th anniversary tank biathlon of the 8th Army International Games ultimate showdown. 62 kilometers an hour was the speed recorded by South Ossetia, up to 68 centimeters in a hurry. However, removing many balls, condemning the team to many penalties, it stops, losing the time for the team. However, certainly the right decision was taken to remove this hanging side skirt that caused the team so many penalty pit stops. Zimbabwe is telling us of comms problems. He was not receiving any radio comms, and we can see technical assistant servicemen entering the tank to check on the communications equipment. We can see that the tank has been damaged. Its left side skirt is clearly damaged, and in the meanwhile we're watching the technical qualification rounds. All of the teams, in another change to the rules this year, have to undertake the technical qualifications in terms of basic OHS procedures. And Myanmar is now preparing the tank for self-evacuation out of bogs and quagmires using locks. Also, another technical qualification challenge involves a replacement of lost or detracked tracks. This is an important part, providing for technical qualification of every team prior to taking their races. Now South Ossetia back. They may not take all of their penalty laps and pit stops, however, all of the times are going to be added to the crew time. And we expect them to come into the lead in this race in case Iran is disqualified, despite recording much longer time compared to their rivals. And South Ossetia is now pushing for the finish line. That's where they made that fatal mistake earlier, ripping off their side skirt. However, now flawless execution on the gas. Get that finish line. The Vikings third crew is finishing this final third crew show for the team in the second division. They all put in their best. Not everything worked out, but certainly it's a human factor. It all comes down to how good you are on the day. South Ossetia, 37-37. Make your wishes, ladies and gents. Reintroducing the team for South Ossetia. Tank Commander Captain Vadim Dudayev. The gunner, Captain Alexei Mamiev, and the junior sergeant is Denis Kokoyev. Thank you for putting in your best. Certainly making South Ossetia followers and supporters proud. Now, Iran, last fire mission with the coaxial 7.62 caliber, about to take the last target. Let's wish them the best of luck in this drama-fueled round of the individual races, individual hits for Division 2. Zimbabwe, in the meanwhile, is still preparing for the last fire mission. They've set up their coax and are about to take the mission, while South Ossetia is flying the national colors in front of the flags, in front of the stands. Thank you to the team. Thank you for South Ossetia. Dear friends, this was a second division clash. Not everything is as faultless, as seamless, as filigree as in the first division clashes. But these teams are improving year on year and are worthy of taking their place among the world's strongest tankers. Now South Ossetia and Abkhazia, brother nations, are exchanging hugs, handshakes, thanking each other for assistance, congratulating themselves with passing this track. Certainly they are worth their salt. However, now Zimbabwe also damaged following the last collision with Iran. We can see the front side skirt for the tank hanging in a similar way which is saw in South Ossetia. Damaged but not out. Nothing is going to stop them from completing this race. They are not going to give up and surrender, certainly. Navigating the turn. He's being quite careful not to incur any penalties. We are watching them record. Still recording a decent time of 34 minutes. If they can make the finish quickly, they have 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Will still be South Ossetia result. It may yet be a surprise outcome. We may yet see a surprise outcome to this round. Let's not call it as yet. Certainly this is going to be a dramatic climax to this race. South Ossetia tankers out in the street. Belongs in the 12th position for the second division. And Iran racing past the minefield obstacle, very close at 29-14. They're certainly the leaders in this race. Well, they were the favorites in this race along with South Ossetia. However, following this collision that we saw cutting off Zimbabwe tank, we are not sure if the team can make it without seeing third crew disqualified. Let's keep our fingers crossed for Iran. However, it all comes down to the even at the hill obstacle, wrong lanes were taken, but everything worked out well for the Ford. However, it's not an ordinary obstacle. It is 1.5 to 1.7 meters deep, and tanks have to pass it without reducing speed, because rollbacks are possible. Sometimes tanks roll back and not exit the fort. However, we hadn't seen this during this even second division races. And in the coming days, on the 23rd and 24th, Tuesday and Wednesday, we are going to enjoy the spectacular semi-final clashes between the first division crews, defining the winners for the division that are going to clash in the finals. And right now, Zimbabwe is in the firing line, about to engage the last target, still remaining for the crew 3 Zimbabwe team in this race. Today, just the same as every other day, the TRspodSVEZDA TV channel is broadcasting all of the action live in its thrilling live broadcasts. You're able to watch it live at ZVEZDA, the Star TV channel, YouTube, RuTube, and also at the Ministry of Defense Russian Federation website mil.ru. Stay with us for the semi-finals and the finals action, and watch the replays on YouTube or the other channels. And now Iran is taking its pit stop for fouling one of the obstacles on its third lap. 32 minutes and 10 seconds. This was a pit stop for the minefield obstacle, while Zimbabwe is still firing at the last target. Now Iran is searching for the finish line, and this is the end of the team's performance in this 2022 10th anniversary tank biathlon. Congratulations, Iran. Bravo, well done, 32-26. At this stage, this is the top 10 time for the second division. 32 minutes, 26 seconds. Now, reintroducing the crew 3 for Iran. The tank commander in this round was Mohammed Ali Ganbarin Assaf. The gunner was Sergeant First Class Hussein Nabiri, and the driver was Junior Lieutenant Mehdi Haidari. We saw some amazing moments today with Iran cutting off Zimbabwe in this neck-to-neck race, providing for more drama, more character in this adrenaline-fueled motorsport event. That is the unique tank biathlon. Iranian tankers are now exchanging military salutes, thanking all of the audiences, everyone who supported Iran in this contest, in this 10th anniversary tank biathlon. We've got a record turnout in the stands today. The roof really came off when they were cheering their heroes. Everyone is turning out with children, in families, for a fun day out to watch one of the most vivid, most spectacular and unforgettable unique events which feature in the International Army Games. Certainly the tank biathlon has earned its rightful place among the world's top motorsport events. We can watch great racing at Formula One, enjoy amazing races at all the other top-notch racing events, but only the tank biathlon gives us this added thrill of fire missions, top speeds, and thrilling action at this unique, unrepeated and unforgettable tournament. Zimbabwe deserves a special notice. We would like to thank the driver for Zimbabwe, who is certainly performing much better this year compared to 2019. The team skipped 2 years due to the pandemic. However, in 2019, they took the 9th position in the division. Zimbabwe team certainly closes the bottom of the rankings for the division, next to Sudan. Well, let's hope these hard lessons are going to go into practice for next year, improving their performance. After all, this is not a combat or battlefield event. This is an amicable sporting contest, providing important experience and skills to increase the nations participating, improve their armed forces members, give important and valuable practice to the tankers in a spirit of friendship and cooperation. So certainly this event unites everyone in friendship. Right now we're about to head into the highlights for this race. After Zimbabwe makes its finish line, we'd like to remind you that we are yet to see Abkhazia, Tajikistan and Sudan in the next second division round. This will be the final race for second division teams in this tank biathlon 10th anniversary. The next race is going to take place at 2 p.m. Moscow time, and all of the visitors to our Ladina can enjoy a pleasant walk around the ground, enjoy all of the activity zones, have a snack, and then come back and take their seats at the stand at 2 p.m. Moscow time. And we are going to join you live, online and offline for this incredible action that is this unique tank biathlon. Zimbabwe, no stopping. Zimbabwe first crew made 57:41, second crew 53 minutes 10. This crew is going to record a time under 50 minutes, putting them as Zimbabwe's top crew of this year's event. And now Zimbabwe facing the last obstacle and is about to finish in this 2022. Remarkable individual hits. No stopping is allowed at the anti-tank and the anti-tank range. Careful now for Zimbabwe driver. Step on the gas. He is out. White flags indicate no fall by line flagman. And Zimbabwe is approaching the finish line. This race is over. Thank you once again to all of the tankers. Certainly not everything worked out according to plan, but you are true sons of all of your armed forces, of your nations. No serviceman of no other nation could have done more in terms of doing your best. After all, that's all we can ask for. As long as these crews perform their best, that's all that counts. And that's what provides for our viewing pleasure. This crew for Zimbabwe becomes the strongest for the country. And we'd like to reintroduce the third crew. Tank commander was Lieutenant Muhammad Ali. The tank commander for Zimbabwe was Lieutenant Simon Muniaradze. The sergeant was Dube Gatsman, and the driver was Corporal Trevor Prince Shava Ruka. Once again, thank everyone, online and offline, Zvezda the Star TV channel, everyone joining us in this live broadcasts and the replays on YouTube, RuTube, the official website of the Ministry of Defense, Russian Federation, bill.ru, and live at the Star TV channel. Thank you all for staying with us throughout this tank biathlon, supporting us, following us. We can feel the warmth of your hearts. We can feel your interest. Stay with us for the semi-relay races. The semi-finals on the 23rd and the 24th are going to be amazing, remarkable races, which are going to lay the ground for the final, the grand final of the 10th anniversary tank biathlon. And Zimbabwe is now flying its flag in the parade ground at Alameda. This is the tradition for every team. All of the tankers, after ending their race, they exit the turrets, sit in their hatches, and fly the national colors proudly. And recording the times, Iran 32:26, South Ossetia 37:37, and Iran was first. This race is now over. Let's remember the best and brightest highlights. But in the meanwhile, the total rankings, Myanmar remains at the top. First crew, Syria third crew follows, 29:43. And third crew for Myanmar closes the top three with 30:28, followed by Iran, who made the top five for the second and third crew. Laos, Syria, Abkhazia and South Ossetia are not performing as well as they could be, but not all is lost. Abkhazia is going to take the field in the last second division clash at 2 p.m. today, and we're placing high hopes on Abkhazia Crew 3. Let's support Abkhazia Republic team and also Tajikistan and Sudanese tankers that are going to clash in the next race. Zimbabwe in the third position of this unforgettable race. Certainly the support from the fans was tangible in the stands. They were taking the roof off with their war drums, supporting all of the teams, all of the crews in this tank biathlon. Certainly there was a traffic incident. There was a collision with Iran, but they continued their race. They had not given up, and that's what counts. After all, years of steel of the driver Zimbabwe team deserve a separate mention. Despite the collision, he continued on track, even in a damaged stand, without scuffing the poles. What an amazing journey, what an amazing race, what an amazing performance from all of these second division teams in this adrenaline-fueled drama action at the 10th tank biathlon anniversary. Now, South Ossetia, the Vikings, our dear friends and brothers, recorded the second position in this race. We're going to learn their final position in the overall rankings tally after the commission's hearing later. But we'd like to know that they're certainly a strong, well-prepared side, and this is indicated by their target fire accuracy. They struck 4 targets. All of their machine gun fire was successful. Main caliber fires were resultative. Certainly, small mistakes were made by the third crew. However, lots of the pit stops and lots of extra time was collected due to the ripped board, which they damaged at the anti-tank trench. This was certainly a remarkable, unforgettable, unbelievable round. We're going to remember this. And now, to the first place in this race, Iran Individual Division 2 Heat 8 winners. They performed well, however, they made a serious mistake. Ramming, just ramming, running into, crashing into Zimbabwe tank. We're expecting penalties to apply to the team. This is unavoidable. They were lucky not to get disqualified for cutting off Zimbabwe at the minefield. However, we saw some mine fire missions, a fine show, and we'd like to thank all of the tankers for this amazing race. Thank you, dear friends. This race is over. Stay with us for the second race in this individual heat race. This was your all-time tank biathlon host, Nikolai Fedorov, and co-hosting for the English-speaking audience is Dmitry Kulitsky. Take care of each other, stay well. Your Ministry of Defense, Russian Federation, is always next to you. Goodbye and see you soon. And this is your all-time tank biathlon host, Nikolai Fedorov. Co-hosting for the English-speaking audiences is Dmitry Kulinsky. Another fine day, 22 Celsius here, however, with a light breeze. And hopefully everything will work out with all the fire missions for all the teams. Introducing Sudan, South Ossetia, Tajikistan and Abkhazia, second cruise. Every nation taking part in this race appointed own referees, and introducing the international referee panel. Representing Sudan, Major Abubakar Bashir Kambal. South Ossetia represented by Lieutenant Colonel Vladimir Zagoyev. Nasinjon Sharipov, Lieutenant Colonel representing Tajikistan, and Abkhazia, alias Vanacha, Lieutenant Colonel. So all is set to start this race. 4 fire lines, 4 tanks color-coded to team colors. South Ossetia today gets the chance to come back to this ground. We'll give you more details on this later. First to start is Sudan, and introducing crew 2 for Sudan, Tank Commander Corporal Ismail Ahmed. Ghana, Corporal Abdel Rahim Mahana. And the driver, Sergeant Suleiman Sharaf Eldin. Republic of Sudan, second crew. A red color-coded tank. Introducing Republic of South Ossetia, second crew. Introducing the tank commander, Senior Lieutenant Sergei Gabozov. Gunnery, Senior Lieutenant Dmitry Bukulov. And the driver, Sergeant Atsamas Kazayev. South Ossetia, the red color-coded tank. The third fire line, the yellow color-coded tank, introducing the Republic of Tajikistan. The tank commander, Senior Lieutenant Said Mumin Muminov. The gunner, Senior Lieutenant Firuz Murodov. And the driver, Captain Said Leon Mirzoyev. Republic of Tajikistan. And the left flank, blue tank, Republic Abkhazia. Tank commander, Senior Lieutenant Andrei Gushin. Ghana, Damei Chania. And the driver, Senior Lieutenant Imran Karhalava, Abkhazia. All that remains is to wish the best of luck to all the crews taking part in this race. Let's follow and support these teams. And the signal to start the race is given here at Alabina Army Proving Ground. This is the signal for the crews to take the job pattern seats in the T-72B3s, supplied to all of the teams except for China and Belarus, who use their own, to all of the teams. 840 horsepower engine, allowing this tank to achieve speeds of up to 70 kilometers an hour. However, the unbroken record set at this track back in 2019 still stands unbroken at 84 kilometers an hour. Enough certainly to get some traffic penalty notices in some countries. And now this is the chief referee, Major General Kirill Kulakov, the head of Kazan Tankers Academy, the cradle of many world-class tankers from Russia. And now Sudan is the first to move into the ground. Each crew needs to do 3 laps of the ground. The first lap is incomplete. The crew goes directly into the fire mission. However, the second and third laps are full. The full lap is 4 kilometers 100 meters. And the total distance is just over 10 kilometers in this individual hits. Well done for Sudan in this maneuvering obstacle. Last time Sudan appeared in 2019 second division, taking the 8th position. 2 years break due to the pandemic, and now they are back at Labina. Right now they are moving over to the ammunition loading bay. They're about to load their 125mm shells. 3 shells for the first fire mission. The difference between the first and second division fire missions is that no additional ammunition is allowed for second division teams. The 3 targets are raised simultaneously. This is another novelty on the previous years, enabling the gunner to engage any target they like at will, which can sometimes play cruel jokes, as in striking targets twice, which we saw happen in the previous race from Mongolia. These targets are ranged at distances from 17 to 1900 meters. So Sudan first crew this year is in the 18th position of the overall rankings in the individual hits. The time recorded was 54:38 by the team. However, the team missed 2 years. Certainly this can tell on active skills, since practice makes perfect, as we all know, ladies and gents. And these fire missions and obstacles in the tank biathlon, they have to be practiced year-round if the crews want to show us the stuff that we expect from them. Now, Sudan is moving into the firing line, about to engage the 3 tank targets. Corporal Manaha Abdelrahim is the gunner who is going to perform this live fire. He is a 12-year-old veteran of Sudanese armed forces. However, this is his first time at the tank biathlon, upholding the order of Sudanese tankers at this international tank biathlon. Now the gunner is tracking for target. No 20-second limit is introduced here for the first shot. Another difference to the first division. All they need to do is shoot and hit. In case the targets remain intact, 2 penalty laps per target will be the penalty distance. The crew for the crew. And we can see the turret rotating, looking into the field for the green-colored targets. We can see these targets with the naked eye from this command post. I'm watching these targets right now, same as all of the referees, along with the chief referee of this contest, tank biathlon, Major General Kulakov. No reports from the tank commander on any technical difficulties. Probably concentrating and about to open fire. Let me remind you that only 4 minutes is allowed for the whole fire mission. And fire! Unfortunately, it looks like it's under, earning themselves 2 penalty laps. The first crew of Sudan only hit 1 target. So hopefully this result can be improved today. A bit sharper at the fire controls. 1700-meter target remains standing, and it's under. I think fire has to be corrected by the coaches that are here with us at the command post and are in live comms with the tank commander. The tank commander then instructs his crew, and also the tank commander will need to tackle one fire mission himself personally. Speaking of the helicopter target, and we're expecting the third shot from Sudan. Come on. And fire. Unfortunately, it looks like it's still under. Too short for Sudan. The crew just earned themselves 6 penalty laps, equaling 500 meters per lap, so that's 3 Ks in total. Practically another full lap. And now South Ossetia, a red color-coded tank. Let me explain the reason for the red color-coded tank of South Ossetia. Everyone that were with us for the second division hits yesterday are aware of what happened. Certainly it was through no fault of the crew. It was a technical problem which was ruled technical by the umpire commission. They had one tank replacement, however they couldn't continue the race. The crew could not finish, and according to the rules, regardless of the number of tanks you use, only one replacement is allowed per race. That's the reason for the decision to allow. This was an unequivocal, please note, unequivocal decision by the international referee panel and the chief referee, Major General Kirill Kulakov, to give South Ossetia permission to take the field with the second division, second cruise for Abkhazia, Tajikistan and Sudan. Certainly this was no fault of South Ossetians. The representatives of the UBZ, the manufacturer of these fine armored vehicles, removed all the problems, and let's hope for some better performance from South Ossetia. Our closest friends, brothers, neighbors, many Russians reside in South Ossetia and vice versa. 6 penalty laps for Sudan. Sudan is now in the second. Still have to do a few more kilometers. And South Ossetia ammunition loading bay, loading the 3 standard artillery shells. 125mm rounds are used for the main caliber smoothbore cannon of the T-72B3s. Now all the hatches are sealed by the team. All hatches must be sealed according to the rules before taking the fire mission. And the 3 red color-coded targets are now being raised. They're now out in the ground, and the tank commander will now report ready to fire. Certainly the guys are anxious, lots of pressure. This is the second chance, and certainly is an exception rather than the rule. However, once again, let me reiterate that this was, please note, an unequivocal, united decision by the international umpire panel. Second division, second crew allows South Ossetia to take the ground today with these 3 fine teams. And in the meanwhile, Sudan is struggling in the penalty distance, picking up speed, hopefully. They must have lost the way slightly. Yes, they lost the track. They need to come back. This is a rough terrain track, certainly giving the drivers an opportunity to show their best for their armored vehicles crossing this rough terrain and traversing the obstacles. Now the gunner is in no hurry to begin the fire for South Ossetia. It cannot be calmer, can it? Let's clarify with the chief referee the reasons for this South Ossetia delay. And just look at Sudan, he's going right through the fields. Slightly losing the way. Hopefully they will be able to get back on track without any assistance. It's time to come back on track. Enough travel. Good, they're back. However, still missing the road. They need to be corrected, certainly. And now fire, finally, South Ossetia. Unsuccessful at this stage. Continuing for the second target. Second. And this is also a miss. And in the meanwhile, Sudanese second crew is taking a break, probably observing the fire mission of the South Ossetian brothers. However, let's not enjoy the show for too long, guys, if you don't want to come last in this race. And South Ossetia is about to take the third shot. Already earned themselves 4 penalty laps with the first 2. And third target. Just earned another 2 penalty laps for South Ossetia. And they just repeated Sudan in earning the 6 penalty laps. Hopefully Sudan finished watching and can move on. They're still relaxing out in the green. Tajikistan is out in the ground. Second crew for Tajikistan for this individual hits race. Let's wish all the best to our Tajik tankers. Let me remind you, Tajikistan took the field last year in the second division quite successfully. Barely missing the gold medal, becoming the silver prize winner. Kyrgyzstan team took first place, took gold, and earned the ticket into the first division this year. But certainly it is too early to call the result this year. First crew Myanmar still remains leaders with a time worthy of the first division. And we just saw Tajikistan knock a pole in an obstacle, while South Ossetia is racing, trying to make up for time lost in penalty laps. Everything is resting on the driver's shoulders now. He's certainly going to need to set some speed records here to save the team and save the day for South Ossetia. Back to the replay. This is where the rounds went. Over, close, but no cigar, unfortunately. And targets certainly need to be struck. A bit more fire accuracy is what we want to see from all of those teams. After all, this is why we're here, ladies and gents. And hitting on targets makes us happy. Now Tajikistan second crew loaded the 3 rounds for the tank fire mission. First crew for Tajikistan performed quite well in the top 5 at 34 minutes 32 seconds with 1 target out of 5 hit. Not a great result on fire accuracy. Let's hope the second crew of Tajikistan can rehabilitate the team and fulfill the first fire mission. The targets are out in the ground and fire! Tajikistan. Target intact. The shot went under. Fire is being now corrected by the coach for the team. They need to aim more carefully, and the second shot is a hit. Good fire correction by the coach for the Tajikistan team. And in the meanwhile, South Ossetia records the first lap time. However, still 3 kilometers of penalty distance remains for South Ossetia team. Third shot for Tajikistan. Unfortunately, only one target was hit. Actually, no, dear friends, no, we couldn't see it from our angle. Second target is also hit. So 2 targets out of 3, only earning Tajikistan 2 penalty laps and setting them as leaders in the race in terms of fire accuracy. And right now we'd like to go to the replays of the first Tajikistan fire. Perhaps it was also a hit that we couldn't see, but they certainly have 2 targets out of 3. In the meanwhile, Sudan is being escorted out of the green, back on track, slightly disoriented. No danger in that. It can happen and does happen at times. Sudan will now come back to the track and continue. Chief referee just confirmed 1 target was missed, only 2 penalty laps. Please note that the shot went over and the coach told us it was under. However, the tankers understood each other and the gunner performed well on the remaining target. Well done. And Tajikistan has overcome the board obstacle, continues. South Ossetia has already set up their 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun and is about to engage in their second fire mission. 6 penalty laps still remain for both Sudan and South Ossetia. 18 minutes almost passed for Sudan. Certainly it's a problem with pressure, defensive variety, and certainly lack of experience tells the crew missed the previous 2 years. And this is telling. I think that Sudan probably doesn't have a singular tank course where tankers can practice, and this is certainly a pity. Now Abkhazia is forward, streaming forward to begin their race. Blue color coded tank for Abkhazia, moving into the restricted obstacle, restricted maneuvering. We saw Tajikistan make a mistake at the restricted maneuvering obstacle, which will result in a pit stop. Oh, look at this, went too far, too far. Be careful with the last ball. Only 1 ball remains. Well done, just skirting it. The razor's edge, he made it. White flags. No penalties will apply to Abkhazia for this obstacle. Imran Karkhalava, the senior lieutenant driver for Republic of Abkhazia, this time in this tank by a 25-year-old. And Sudan is now back on track, being assisted by the line flagman. And is about to continue their penalty laps. Loading ammunition now. In a few seconds. Tajikistan going into the second lap, recording lap time of 7:31, 1 minute 34 seconds ahead of South Ossetia, without counting the penalty laps remaining. Tajikistan silver prize winners from 2021. will result in a pit stop. Well, the slope has been quite difficult for all of the drivers in the second division and some drivers in the first. Imran Karhalava, the gunner, is handing these shells. 125mm shells. Quite heavy shells, mind you. Are loaded. And after the report of the tank commander, they're going to move into the fire line and engage the first 3 targets. The coach is now reporting ready to progress. It's time to raise the targets. 3 minutes, 20 Tajikistan is certainly the leader in this race at this stage. A very strong team. And Abkhazia, first group, took the 12th position, only striking 1 target, number 12. Holding our breath for Abkhazia to open fire. The tank targets allocated at distances from 16 to 1800 meters, and in the meanwhile South Ossetia is engaging the helicopter target, and it's a strike. The tank commander for South Ossetia, also a graduate of the Far East All Armed Forces Academy, a graduate from 2020. Senior Lieutenant Sergei Gabozov performed this fire mission for South Ossetia. His loving wife, he is actually a newlywed, is supporting him today. South Ossetia is moving away, about to continue the race. Many servicemen, international servicemen, according to international obligations, are studying at the Russian Federation military academies, military colleges, and then come back to their own nations, to their own armed forces, to transfer these important skills and experience they collected during their study in Russia. Tajikistan traversing the slope. Looks like Tajikistan is now about to go through the vertical step. No stopping right now. Well done. Well done. The turret is open. The tank commander seals it. All is well. As long as the crew closes the turret themselves, closes the catch themselves, this won't result in penalties. And the first shot for Abkhazia is a hit. Abkhazia fans are celebrating, certainly happy for this first fire. Abkhazia, Damechania, the gunner, senior lieutenant for Abkhazia, is performing this fire mission, also a graduate of the Far East All Armed Forces Academy. And now racing past the Glory Mount is Sudan, trying to catch up lost time. 17 minutes, 20 seconds behind the leaders. Just look at this. Look at this last obstacle, and Abkhazia very well done. 2 targets hit in exactly the same position. Concentrated fire from Abkhazia. 1 shell remains, as well as 1 target still standing for Abkhazia. Let's hold our breath and fingers crossed. In the meanwhile, Tajikistan is about to engage the helicopter target with the anti-aircraft machine gun. shot volleys, 15 rounds and 6 races. However, all eyes are on Abkhazia tank targets. Certainly this is the most engaging fire mission. Third shot, again repeating their filigree work. The whole all of the 3 shots, 3 targets are struck in exactly the same position by Abkhazia. In the meanwhile, Tajikistan struck on their helicopter target. Successful hits recorded. Tajikistan 3 out of 5 continues along. Certainly fine work. Abkhazia is also following closely. Certainly this will be the favorites of this race. Tajikistan and Abkhazia are the favorites at this stage with Sudan. Just look at the replay. It's as if they're hitting the same target, but no, these were 3 different targets. However, this filigree, the same corner of the target. Now Abkhazia past the minefield obstacle. White flags by the lineman indicate no fault. However, South Ossetia mistake. Going to see it in the replays. We are watching them doing the penalty pit stop for breaching the last obstacle. About 1 minute is wasted at this penalty pit stop, unfortunately for the team. In the meanwhile, Abkhazia out of board. White flags, white flag. Certainly no mistakes are made. However, mistakes are possible if the driver chooses the wrong gear. He may not be able to escape out of water. It's a 1.5 meter deep obstacle. South Ossetia. 156. Now they're free. They're about to tackle their last wide mission. They're about to stop and load their coaxial machine gun, and Sudan and the escarp and the vertical step practically destroying the vertical step. And in the replays, which is also then scuff one of the poles. That's a clear penalty. That's a second slow. Hopefully they can traverse without any red flags. Slight scuffs. Oh no! It's a penalty. Unfortunately, for them. South Ossetia. Time was just stopped for South Ossetia. They had a problem with communications. Hopefully this problem is now eliminated. Comms are fine. And they're about to continue. Abkhazia surging along into the second lap, recording 11:37. Tajikistan very close to the third lap now. While Abkhazia is already in the third, however, their 6 penalty laps still remain. Actually putting Tajikistan in the lead in this race. Certainly it's not over until the last minute, until the finish line is crossed. And we're watching Abkhazia now setting up their machine gun. The Commander-in-Chief of Ground Forces, Russian Federation, Army General Oleg Selukov, is commanding this Army International Games in Russian Federation. along with the tank biathlon. And also, we'd like to remind you that the 1st of October in Russian Federation is the annual Day of Ground Forces. So, dear friends, don't forget, the 1st of October, you can congratulate all of your friends from Russian land, from Russian ground forces with their special day on the 1st of October. Back in 1550, the ground forces of Russian Federation saw their birth. The Tsar Ivan IV constituted the ground forces of Russia. And the fire mission for Sudan helicopter target is being engaged with 12.7mm rounds. We don't see where these rounds are going. The target is still intact at this stage. And in the meanwhile, the chief referee South Ossetia, another mistake. Probably a mistake was made at the designated pit stop obstacle. Sudanese tank commander continues fire. Corporal Ahmed Ismail, a 5-year veteran of Sudanese Armed Forces, a 2nd-year veteran of this tank biathlon. He was here back in 2019, taking part in the contest. Well, he's still not out of ammo. However, we don't see the flare burning. In the meanwhile, South Ossetia stopped right next to Sudan, about to tackle their fire mission as well. They need to load up on ammunition, while Sudan is concluding fire, unfortunately without striking the target. And Tajikistan is about to record their second lap time. 20 minutes 42 seconds was the time for Tajikistan. South Ossetia is 1 minute 6 seconds behind with another 6 penalty laps remaining. Abkhazia is certainly looking good for the second position at this stage. However, too early to tell. It's going to be a close one. Sudan continues progress, about to enter their penalty laps, and South Ossetia in the 3rd fire mission on the enemy anti-tank RPG unit. This is a glass-covered target which shatters even from hits with a single round, making it quite easy for the audience to witness these hits on target. Coaxial Kalashnikov tank coaxial machine gun 7.62mm is used in this fire mission. Well, apparently South Ossetia is out of ammo, with the target remaining intact. This will certainly result in a penalty lap for South Ossetia. Tajikistan is now at the designated stop obstacle, setting up their 7.62mm coaxial machine gun and streaming forward. An awesome show from Tajikistan today. The speed quite high. Some mistakes exist on targets. One target well remained. They have a chance to end this race with 4 targets hit out of 5 possible. Abkhazia now scuffing the slow obstacle, earning themselves a pit stop. It's a pleasure to see no problems in the vertical steps from the team. However, Abkhazia team has earned themselves a pit stop for Ladies and gents, let me remind you that all of these armored vehicles, except for Chinese Type 96B and Belarus's own T-72B3, are supplied by Russian Federation hosts. Certainly any team tanks good teams take advantage of this opportunity. T-72B3 is a famous continuation of the old T-72 model, commissioned back in 2012 as the main battle tank of the Russian ground forces. Increased mobility, a more powerful powertrain, higher firepower, and upgraded fire controls are the features of this model. This upgrade is equipped with an 840 horsepower engine, and Sudan in the meanwhile is in trouble. Be careful, South Ossetia is very close. Sudan is obstructing the road for South Ossetia by reversing. Hopefully they can continue along their own track. Certainly we don't want to see any accidents with collisions. The driver, Suleiman Sharafeldin, is back on the track, picking up speed, trying to compensate for time lost previously. The driver knows the track well, and we should expect more accuracy with the track and the obstacles. However, perhaps the vision and optics of the Sudanese tank are obstructed, preventing clear visibility for the driver. Certainly, lost their way quite a number of times today. Once again in the reviews, this sharp turn. This is a famous Armenian turn where we almost saw an Armenian crew flip the tank yesterday. Our friends from Armenia are not upset with this designation. They're proud that one of the turns at this track bears their name instead. Thankfully, no serious incident was recorded. However, it was close to flipping. But thankfully, everyone is safe and sound, and the drivers were instructed to exercise extreme caution at this sharp Armenian turn in the future. Because, let me remind you once again, 2014 did see a tank flipped in this sharp turn during practice rounds by the Armenia team. And South Ossetia is close to the finish line. In the meanwhile, two targets remain out in the ground. Yellow, AT-RPG for Tajikistan, and blue, helicopter target for Abkhazia. South Ossetia is at the finish line, 33-12. And we saw 27-22 recorded by Tajikistan, continuing to stay in the lead of this individual heats race. Hopefully no time will be lost by Tajikistan. We saw them miss on the last fire mission. South Ossetia has not done their penalty laps for the reason that penalty lap entrance was obstructed by other teams. That's why the team went straight to the finish line, and their average penalty lap time multiplied by 6 is going to be added to the 33-12 best time of South Ossetia. This is going to be corrected upwards for South Ossetia to include the 6 penalty laps. Nonetheless, we'd like to thank South Ossetia second crew. Thank you, Sergei Gabozov, Senior Lieutenant, Tank Commander, the gunner, Dmitry Bukulov, Senior Lieutenant, and Sergeant Atsa Maskazayev was the driver for South Ossetia. Well done, bravo. And now Sudan losing the threadway. This is an example of how the threadway should not be passed, certainly. This has just earned them a penalty lap. And by the way, today, if today's race had happened on the 26th of August, it would have been even more significant for both republics. Both Abkhazia and South Ossetia celebrate their Independence Day on the 26th. Next week, we are going to congratulate their dear friends, our closest neighbors from Abkhazia and South Ossetia with their Independence Day. And right now, careful out in the track, giving way on the right for the blue. Back to back, certainly, neck to neck for Abkhazia and Tajikistan. Tajikistan in the third lap, Abkhazia still in the second. Very hard to tell who is going to win this race as yet. In case Abkhazia scores no penalty laps at the fire mission, they are still in with a chance for victory in this battle. Sudan 42.57 in the third lap, about to engage in their third fire mission. First crew recorded a time of 38 minutes. Yeah, the support of these crews by the fans, by the audience, is so important for the tankers. Despite not hearing the thunderclap of applause and the cheers from the stands, the tankers still feel the emotions, this electric atmosphere here at Alabina. And by the way, dear friends, the chief referee of the Army International Games, Colonel General Alexander Litsov, is also here to observe the races. And right now, Tajikistan is out on the board, going for the finish line. There remains only 3 obstacles. We haven't seen a single Tajikistan crew record any problems at the slope this year. Tajikistan screaming for the heel obstacle now. Well, this year we're not going to see any flying tanks. The crews were instructed in terms of safety to avoid these flying lips we used to see in the previous years. Certainly a pity for the audiences, but safety considerations are paramount at this track. And Tajikistan is going into the deep, into the sharp turn through the obstacle, restricted passage, while Sudan is going fire mission. This is the third fire mission, the enemy anti-tank RPG unit, and a little further ahead, tomorrow, France on the 20th of August. We're expecting a showdown from the first division, Vietnam, Venezuela, Kazakhstan, and second division, Laos, Armenia, Syria, and Myanmar. Third crews are taking the field for the second division, and the second crews are ending their show today. Tajikistan 33.04 elapsed into the race. And the finish line, Tajikistan 3-2-1 Bravo, Tajikistan, well done. So far, taken a strong position in this individual hits race. Well, overall rankings, winners are also going to be decided based on the statistics from individual hits. A big thank you to coaches and referees from Tajikistan. We can see that the team has learned the hard lessons of last year, striking 3 targets out of 5 and making good time. Certainly satisfactory result at least. Still, no complacency for the third cruise, and we hope to see an even stronger show from Tajikistan quite soon for the third cruise. Right now, Sudan out in the fire mission, the enemy anti-tank unit. Still unsuccessful. 0 fire accuracy from Sudan in this race. Some hard lessons, some conclusions are certainly in order for Sudan. And no, once again, practice makes perfect. In the meanwhile, Abkhazia records 29 minutes lap time for the second lap and are in lap 3. Dear audiences, many spectators come here to Alabina, to the stands, buying tickets for this tank biathlon. The tickets are available at the tanky-biathlon.ru and cost at about $20 in exchange rates. Certainly a small price to pay for witnessing this thrilling, adrenaline-fueled action. However, also thank you to our online audiences, YouTube, the Ministry of Defense Russian Federation, and Zvezda, the Star TV channel. Many countries, 35 countries, are featuring this year in the 8th Army International Games, making it a truly grand event. Venezuela, for instance, is now holding the Sniper Frontier competition as we speak. And all the data on the International Army Games can be learned at the official website of Army International Games called Army 2022. Just look it up, Google it, and you can read up about the contests, watch tank biathlon, and support the Russian Federation along with other teams. Now, Abkhazia reporting ready for the third fire mission. The Kalashnikov coaxial machine gun has been set up. Only one fire mission remains at this stage. All of the crews are in the third lap, except for Tajikistan and South Ossetia. And Sudan is now streaming for the finish line. Almost 60 kilometers an hour, revving this engine, trying to compensate for lost time. The maximum speed recorded today was 68 kilometers per hour by the Sudanese team. Certainly there were mistakes, but they are fast and not making many mistakes in the third lap. Dear friends, the tank biathlon this year celebrates its 10th anniversary since its conception back in 2013 by the Minister of Defense, Russian Federation, hero of Russia, Minister of Defense Sergei Shoigu gave start to this tank biathlon, and we only had 4 teams in the first biathlon: Russia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, and Armenia. However, this year we are seeing 21 nations. The strongest tankers of the world are here. in this amicable contest, not in a battlefield, but in this proving ground, performing these fire missions, obstacle challenges, certainly promoting friendship and cooperation. And we'd like to wish everyone worldwide peaceful skies. Now, continuing on, not losing pace, and Sudan is about to end this race. Only one race remains for the third cruise in individual heats. Each team is fielding 3 crews for the tank biathlon. Also, one fourth crew is and the only team this year that was represented by one crew was Mali, represented by its military cadets undergoing their studies in the Russian Federation. Abkhazia needs to stop at the ammo loading bay. This is their last fire mission. Abkhazia started last and is also about to finish 4th. So far showing us 34 minutes best time. 15 rounds are loaded into the coaxial machine gun for the last fire mission on the AT anti-tank unit. The target is located at a distance from 6 to 900 meters. Sudan out of position. White flags, no fault. And all is ready to finish. Well, it was certainly a challenging race for Sudan. The driver, the gunner, but certainly they did everything they could. Nothing remains but to thank them for this performance. Hopefully, third crew for Sudan can give us a better show yet. Please put your hands together for Sudan at the finish line. Well, they decided to stop just before the finish, and it's counted. Sudan, 53-38 at the finish line. Well, it's a record for the team. This is best time recorded yet for Sudan. The time for South Ossetia, let me remind you, is not finalized. It's going to be corrected because the team has not done 6 penalty laps. Chief referee directed them to the finish line because the penalty laps were taken by other teams and the average time will be added. Now the coaches and the chief referee and the referee for Sudan are welcoming their servicemen, but we can see that the chief referee and coach have some serious considerations, probably thinking about how best to do the homework for this third crew and practice rounds before the third crew takes the field for the nation. In the meanwhile, Abkhazia, last target remaining. We're expecting unfortunately, we did not see any hits recorded and themselves one penalty lap. The turret has to be facing direct. Abkhazia, very little remains. Everything is resting on driver's shoulders. He needs to get the team out of trouble with this penalty lap. Let's hope we can tackle it. Because today in the stands. His wife Anna is here at Alabina. She's supporting her husband that is driving the Abkhazia tank. And this is his lovely lady wife. Dear friends, she is supporting, following her husband. A great show by the team. Certainly second division teams are slightly weaker than the first division, but this doesn't mean that these teams are not preparing, and in the coming years they will win in the first division after some brilliant performances in the second. Long straight. Time to speed up. Dear friends, that tomorrow on the 20th of August we are going to see the first division showdown. Third cruise, Vietnam, Venezuela, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. In the second heat of tomorrow we are going to see the third cruise for the second division, Laos, Armenia, Syria and Myanmar. And let me remind you, Myanmar first crew leads the rankings for the second division. 21st of August, Sunday, is going to be a full day. 3 races are on the menu. The long-awaited third crew clash from the third crew of Russian Federation are going to go for a clash with Belarus, Kyrgyzstan and the People's Republic of China. And also second division are in Zimbabwe, South Ossetia, and then Abkhazia, Tajikistan and Sudan. This will take place on Sunday, the 21st of August. And then the strongest 8 teams in the first division are going to enter the semi-finals of the relay race. There's going to be 2 semi-finals on the 23rd and the 24th of August. And then out of the 8 teams in the semi-finals, 4 teams are going to enter the final on the 27th of August, on the day when the 8th Army International Games are going to be officially closed. 2 weeks is the time for the Army International Games, but the tank biathlon is certainly the largest scale event, and it was started slightly earlier, 2 days before the official opening ceremony. We have enough time for all of the ranging, all of the practice rounds, and to be able to give all of these tank crews the ground, the field this year. Annually, a huge number of countries is invited to the tank biathlon for certain reasons. Only those that are here today arrived this year, and that's fantastic to see. These are our friends, our partners, sharing close ties, strategic ties, friendship ties with Russian Federation. Let's hope that these ties remain forever. As I mentioned earlier, 35 countries, 258 teams feature in this Army International Games. The geography of the competition is growing, and quite soon we hope a year will come when the Army International Games are going to be held at every continent of our planet, and maybe beyond yet, out in the space. Well, the games are developing, and now please put your hands together for Team Abkhazia. Second crew is finishing its show in this tank biathlon, but there is, I think it was a small mistake by the driver. And now almost at the finish line. Second crew Abkhazia using their own track. Careful now for the driver, only meters remain. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, finish line, bravo! Abkhazia ends the race for today in the third rankings for this race without the South Ossetia time correction. In a few moments we're going to see all of the referees go to inspect the targets, and at a later session of the referee panel we are going to learn the ultimate results of this race, which will be published at the official biathlon website. And this was your Tank Biathlon host, Nikolai Fedorov, co-hosting for the English-speaking audiences, Dmitry Kulinsky. And 2 days of individual heats remain, and then the semi-finals and the finals. Now, over to the results. Sudan 53-38, Abkhazia 43-09, Tajikistan 33-15, and South Ossetia 33-12 at this stage without the 6 laps, which will later be added. Well, briefly over to the total rankings and then to the highlights. Abkhazia Senior Lieutenant Andrei Gushin, the gunner Senior Lieutenant Amechania, the driver Senior Lieutenant Imran Karkhalava. Abkhazia, bravo, well done, fine job, certainly. I think that quite a great result for the second division, second cruise. Thanks to the tankers and thank you to the audiences. Now, preliminary rankings overall. First place, Myanmar, 27-43, followed by Iran, then South Ossetia first crew. Very well, and now over to the outsiders in the second division. Sudan closes the rankings along with Zimbabwe, unfortunately for the fans and the tankers. However, there is no limit to perfection. Practice, practice, and more practice will make perfect. 57-51, the worst time for division. Once again, over to the highlights. Sudan, missing the previous 2 years, last taken this field back in 2019. Some crew members are here that are veterans of this tank biathlon. Some of them are second-year veterans, but the gunner for Sudan saw his first show today. Certainly mistakes were made, especially for the driver. I think the coach is going to look into the reasons for losing the competition track. But homework will be done, hard lessons will be learned, and we'll hope for a better performance from the third crew. Sudan, 4th position in this race. Next, the blue color-coded tank, Abkhazia, 3rd in this race. And separately, I'd like to note their fire accuracy. Great work. Fine work by the crew. Young servicemen, 26 to 29-year-olds. However, very experienced tankers. Well, certainly practice at the Far East All Armed Forces Academy helped, because all of the three Abkhazia tankers are graduates of Blagoveshchensk Tank Academy. Thank you to the coaches and thank you to the crews. We'll eagerly expect the third crew show them from Abkhazia. And now, the second line in this race, Tajikistan. A great team, despite the difficulties. Some mistakes are made, however, unshaken. Second place in this Hit 6 of the second division. First crew, Tajikistan, took the field and entered the top 5 teams. Well, we're yet to see the third crew's performance and we'll learn whether they can make the top 3. And Tajikistan will feature among the winners on the 25th of August. Individual hits winners are going to be awarded on the 25th of August. Tajikistan, second position, but everything can yet be corrected following the referee panel hearing later, when Abkhazia is going to see time added. Well, South Ossetia, first, recording time of 33 minutes. We recall yesterday, and we remember the difficulties and problems South Ossetia faced. Certainly having technical difficulties, and probably the crew was also slightly involved preparing their attacks, but there was an unequivocal decision by the referee panel. And thank you all, dear friends. This was the tank biathlon of the 8th Army International. Come back online at the Star Zvezda TV channel, Ministry of Defense Russian Federation, RuTube, YouTube, and take care of each other, love each other, and be happy always. Stay well, and your Ministry of Defense is always next to you. Thank you and goodbye. Hello, dear friends, dear followers of this 10th anniversary tank biathlon. The 19th of August 2022 finds us here at Alabina, the continuation of the 8th Army International Games. Today we're in for a treat with first division teams individual hits race. Until Sunday, we're going to see 30 more teams, 30 more crews take the field. Fine weather, plus 22, 67% humidity, light wind, light breeze from the lake. So, introducing the third crews for the first division, Azerbaijan and Mongolia. We'd like to wish everyone pleasant entertainment. Everything is broadcast live by Zvezda, the Star TV channel, the Ministry of Defense, Russian Federation, mil.ru, and YouTube. Introducing the judges, Lieutenant Colonel Helshilun Sansin George and Sakit Verdiev from Azerbaijan. 2 tanks are taking part in this race that was due to the cost That's the way the die was cast. And these teams are quite strong, very close, certainly. Both showing us impressive results. For the first cruise, Mongolia was first, closely followed by Azerbaijan. So let us see what happens today. Now, introducing the cruise. Red-colored tank, Mongolia. Tank commander, Lieutenant Agin Batar Nyamachir. The gunner, Senior Lieutenant Eng Batar Tur Amgalan. And the driver is the Senior Warrant Officer Tsagach Yolk, Mongolia. Now, introducing the third fire line, the yellow color-coded tank, the third crew for the Republic of Azerbaijan. The tank commander, Warrant Officer Safi Yaroslanov, gunner Sergeant Bakhtiyar Gumbetov, and the driver is Private Mirali Ibrahimov. Azerbaijan, please put your hands together, yellow-colored tank. And this is your tank biathlon host, Nikolai Fedorov, co-hosting for the English-speaking audiences, Dmitry Kulitsky. And the signal to start the race is given here at Alabina. Now, that was the signal for the crews to take their places. Gentlemen, start your engines. These are T-72B3s provided by Russian Federation, the hosts, to all of the contest participants. However, the crews, the teams, are also entitled to import their own fighting vehicles. China and Belarus typically brings their own Chinese 96 Type 96B, and Belarus uses T-72B3s from the armed forces of the Republic of Belarus, earlier supplied by Russia. Today, Mongolia will be the first to start, and Azerbaijan will follow with an interval. The chief referee for the contest, Major General Kirill Kulakov, gives us the command to start the race. And just look at these lovely young fans in the stands supporting our tankers. Well, perhaps they will become tankers one day. And now, the first obstacle is the restricted maneuvering section. We can see Mongolia carefully dancing their armored vehicle around, however, scuffing one of the poles. We'll see if this will result in a penalty. Certainly knocking or scuffing the poles normally results in red flags and a penalty pit stop. Unfortunately, this is true. As Mongolia is directed to a penalty pit stop, there are 8 various pit stop locations throughout the track, and this is the replay. Yes, the gun actually caught the edge of the pole, scuffing it. The rules of the tank biathlon stipulate that scuffed poles at certain obstacles result in penalty pit stop, while on other obstacles these poles serve just to show direction. However, the restricted passage, the restricted maneuvering and slopes, scuffing poles result in pit stops. Now, during the pit stops usually waste about 1 minute of the cruise time. We saw Mongolia loaded their 125 shells, and they're about to proceed to the first fire mission. They're now at the fire line, and the 3 tank imitating targets are raised simultaneously. The gunner reports ready to fire, and there is only 20 seconds allowed for the first shot for Division 1 crews. Certainly the situation is different for the second division. This time cutoff doesn't apply, and we see Mongolia already missing the first 20-second time. This could also result in penalties. There is a delay here. let's hope everything goes well today. After the unexpected, dramatic race yesterday with South Ossetia, when the tank was changed after a delay. However, the crew still couldn't continue with the second. And now fire is on target. Well done for Mongolia. Senior Lieutenant Enkhbat Arturam Galan is certainly making us hold our breath today. Second, it's also on target. Fine fire accuracy from this first division team. 1700-meter target remains. Two targets at 1800 meters have already been struck. And now the third shot. Unfortunately, looks like it's under. Now, first division teams, in case of non-hitting the targets, will need to load additional ammunition rounds. In case one target is missed, one round is issued, two targets, 2 and 3 respectively. However, if they miss with additional ammunition, following this, they will need to do penalty laps. 2 penalty laps for each target missed. These are the most critical of all the targets in the individual hits. We are now in the replays. Fine work, however, the third target proved too difficult for the crew. This was the third shot. We can see it clearly in the replay, going under, striking the ground. Well, the targets are waiting. We want you to hit these targets, guys. That's why we're here today. And this year's hits were certainly bright and remarkable. Lots of targets, lots of hits. Not as many misses, certainly, and minimum number of penalties in the first division. Second division certainly finds the situation more difficult. However, the second division is improving year on year. And alas, the third target is missed, resulting in 2 penalty laps for Mongolia team. That's what they just earned themselves. 2 penalty lap distances allocated at the opposite edges of the track, and the team is able to select the closest one to do their penalty laps. Now, Azerbaijan is in the ground. They started. Let's wish the best of luck to our friends, partners and brothers from Azerbaijan. We hope they'll also show us a fine performance, and this is going to be, and certainly, an unpredictable, tough fight between these 2 rivals. Now, first and second crews have already showed us that the teams are well prepared. Certainly strong sides, quite equal in terms of fire accuracy with similar statistics. And the first crew for Mongolia showed us 29.09. First crew for Azerbaijan showed us 31.04. Well, only less than 2 minutes difference. And the second cruise, Mongolia presented 32.35, and the second crew for Azerbaijan 34.11. Once again, a very small difference, exactly the same as for the first cruise, just around 100 seconds. Now we are watching Azerbaijan loading their standard 125mm rounds. At this stage, Mongolia is ahead in the rankings. We equally support and follow both teams, and today we're going to learn who is going to be the strongest on the day. We expect this race to last no longer than 40 minutes. Now, what is the reason for this slowdown in the ammunition load? No, there are no problems. We certainly would like to avoid this. Yesterday certainly was a bright day. We saw Armenia racing into turns and almost flipping the tank in an amazing spectacle of speed. However, we hope this will not happen today because the race had to be stopped yesterday due to that incident. And coming back to the track, we'd like to also note that all the tankers, they're not very tall. Usually they're about 1.70 m due to the space considerations inside the tank. However, these slim soldiers are lifting these 29-kilo shells as easy as feathers, passing them over to load ammunition. And now Azerbaijan gunnery sergeant Gombetov Bakhtiyar fires the first shot. I think they made it within the first 20-second allotment. It's a hit. Just look, it touched the very edge, bottom edge of the target. We can see it. Second fire, and well done. Almost a bullseye shot from Azerbaijan. Certainly Sergeant Bakhtiyar Gombetov is in pretty good shape today. We can see him tracking for the third target. 1,800-meter distance. All of the fans are at the edge of their seats watching this direct live broadcast, and it's a miss. This was the replay for the second shot. And actually the third shot hit the first target again that had already been struck by the team. They struck the same target twice. The yellow color of the targets actually presents more difficulty compared to the other color-coded targets due to sometimes the sun blade make it quite difficult for the gunners to spot the indication of the targets. And perhaps this was the reason for re-engaging the target that already had been hit by the team. Once again to the replay. First shot, certainly leaving us no doubt. The target was touched at the bottom edge. We can see the hole. And second, next target, certainly well done. And the third, look at it. It strikes the first target again. Certainly a nice shot, however, the wrong target. The referee commission, following every day's races, sits and carefully reviews within the international panel of referees, carefully inspects targets, votes, and takes a final decision on the races. Mongolia records its first lap time, 11 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 out of 5 targets hit. Same fire accuracy as Azerbaijan. And quite soon we're going to see the next designated pit stop obstacle that replaces the break this year. We can see Mongolia now stopping in the designated pit stop obstacle. They have to dismount, inspect the vehicle, and then load their machine gun. Just now we saw Azerbaijan slightly skidding across the track, but leveling the vehicle. It's very important to follow your own track. This is a 12.7mm cord machine gun used for engaging low aerial flying targets, such as drones or helicopters. We can see the pole lying for some reason next to the Mongolian tank. We'll clarify whether this will result in anything. No, clarification. This wasn't done by the tank, but actually by the gunner. It was the gunner knocking it. Just look at the replay now. Jumping off the tank. Discuss the ball with his powerful shoulder. Oh well, no penalties should be assigned for that. The tank did well, and Mongolia continues as Azerbaijan is now in the same designated pit stop obstacle, and they are about to load the 12.7mm machine gun. They need to set it up, and certainly this is a powerful weapon used to engage drones, various types of aerial vehicles that are now changing the nature of tank warfare. Well, this 12.7mm machine gun is quite effective against this type of flying targets. Azerbaijan doing quite well, breathing into the neck of the Mongolia crew. A close fight this is going to be. Now the slope is quite difficult with drivers making quite a few mistakes. The smallest push at the controls changes the direction of the tank, because the tank is moving at the angles, which makes it quite easy to knock these balls. However, this was well done. No problems. Oh no! Two balls went down. Certainly this will result in a penalty pit stop, unfortunately, for the Republic of Azerbaijan, which will set them back for some valuable seconds. After their next fire mission, they will probably take this penalty. And Mongolia is now nearing its next fire mission. They need to now load 15 rounds, 12.7mm with 6 traces, and open fire on the helicopter target. Seems quite straightforward, just aim and shoot. However, certainly practice makes perfect, and the target today is located at a 900-meter distance, despite being quite large and similar in size to the enemy helicopter. Certainly it is not an easy challenge. In case even one round strikes the target, the bright flare is going to smoke, giving us a clear signal that the target was hit. Now, tank commander for Mongolia, Lieutenant Engin Batar Nyamachir, a second-year veteran of this tank biathlon, just opened fire with short volleys, and it's hit. The fire is smoking. Well done for Mongolia. A young, however experienced 25-year-old tank commander for Mongolia. However, when we ask Engin Batar, what are you dreaming of? He told us he is dreaming of becoming a general in his nation's armed forces. We're sure that if he keeps going the way he is going to continue and achieve his dreams. As we all know very well, dreams do come true. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hope they come true for all of us, as well as for Engin Batar Nyamachir. And Azerbaijan is now at the next fire mission, back to back, following Mongolia, loading the ammunition belt with the same 12.7mm cartridges. He needs to lock the cartridge belt in place. No doubt, no mistakes shall be made by this experienced crew. And now the tank commander for Azerbaijan, Zefiyar Aslanov, reports ready to fire. Target is raised, 900-meter range to target. Nothing new for this tank commander. He is a third-year veteran. However, the target is moving in the wind. Still hitting the target. Not even this waving of the target in the wind did not prevent Safiyar Aslanov from striking this helicopter target. Well done. No enemy, no penalty laps are assigned, and the tanks are back on track. 4 out of 5 for Azerbaijan now. In terms of target accuracy, 3 out of 5 for Mongolia. Well, after actually 4, however, this was a second engagement of the same target, which was not counted. This tank biathlon here at Alabina, the 21st of August 2022, the 10th anniversary tank biathlon of the 8th Army International Games. Today, the 2 races are already behind us. One for the first division, Russia, China, Belarus, and Kyrgyzstan clash. Then we saw the second division clash, and just a few hours ago, we witnessed an amazingly unbelievable, unforgettable moment. Here, the tank commander for Republic of Kyrgyzstan, after finishing the race, has proposed in his hand in marriage to his fiancée. And I'm happy to report, ladies and gents, that she had accepted his proposal. Love reigns today at Alabina. Fine weather with low wind, however, sometimes with bursts up to 7 meters per second, which requires introducing corrections into the fires. Right now, we are featuring today's race, Sudan, Tajikistan, and Abkhazia, third cruise. This is going to lay an end to all of the individual hits for both divisions for the year. Now, introducing the international referee panel. Abu Bakr Bashir Kambal, Nasim John Sharipov, and Vanasha alias. All is set today for these 3 crews to begin their showdown in this final individual hits race. This is your all-time host, Nikolai Fedorov, and co-hosting for the English-speaking audiences, Dmitry Kulitsky. And right now, let us go to the introductions. The first fire line, green color-coded tank commander, Private Fadl Mohammed, Gunner Tahir Abdallah, and the driver is Sergeant Al-Tahir Abdo Hassan Mohammed for Republic of Sudan. Third crew. Now, introducing the third fire line, yellow color-coded tank, Republic of Tajikistan. The tank commander, Lieutenant Muhammad Rajab Burikhanov. The gunner, Senior Lieutenant Muslim Aiderbekov. And the driver is Senior Lieutenant Firuzi Dodihuda, Republic of Tajikistan. Introducing the left flank, blue color-coded tank, the third crew for Republic of Abkhazia. Tank commander, Cadet Armen Fermanyan. The gunner, Senior Lieutenant Amaba Alas, and the driver is Lieutenant Zurab Kvarchia, Abkhazia, third crew. Well, we're about to hear the signal to start the engines here at Alabina. This was the signal for all the crews to take their seats in these armored vehicles, T-72B3s, which were provided for all of the teams and all of the crews of the tank biathlon by Russian Federation. The crews are certainly able to use their own team tanks imported from home, and two teams take advantage of this opportunity. The Chinese team importing 4 Type 96B tanks for this tank biathlon. For many years now they've been using them in a tank biathlon, and the Republic of Belarus also uses their own T-72B3s, which were earlier supplied by Russian Federation and commissioned into armed forces of Republic of Belarus. 840 horsepower engines are enjoyed by T-72B3s, and the chief referee today is also the head of Kazan Tankers Academy, Major General Kirill Kulakov. He is personally hearing reports from the crews on their readiness to start this race. Dear friends, the crews are going to have to wait a little while. There is a need to abide with aerial flight safety regulations. Airplane, civilian, commercial airplane is now passing overhead, and in the next 5 minutes no fire missions will be allowed for safety reasons. Now, over to some background. We just saw a clash from Iran, Zimbabwe and South Ossetia in the second division clash, featuring some spectacular fire missions, and also we're still about to hear a decision from the referee panel on the collision which occurred when Iran just cut off Zimbabwe off the track in the last second division 8th individual heats race. And opening the rankings for the second division is Myanmar first, Myanmar third is in the third line, Syria second, Syria first was also second. Iran unfortunately may yet see a disqualification. However, this is up to the referees, and we're eagerly expecting their decision. Certainly, this was a serious infringement on the tournament rules, resulting in a collision. We saw, this is the second collision we saw this year's individual hits. The first took place just 2 days ago from Armenia ramming Laos, not allowing them to pass, for which they saw a disqualification after concluding the race. And today at 4 p.m. a final decision will be taken regarding the fate of the previous second division 2 round. And we are going to learn the news whether Iran will be penalized, putting South Ossetia in the lead, or instead will remain the leader in the last race. Now we've got an amazing turnout in the stands today. The fans are certainly here to support all of their teams, all of the crews, and taking an advantage of this short break. Dear friends, I'd like you to once again look and review the performance from Russian Federation third crew today in the first division clash. These were also tankers from Kazan Tank Academy. Young cadets, according to the order of the Ministry of Defense, Army General Hero of Russia Sergei Shoigu, the Russian team is seeing annual reshuffles, providing everyone with an opportunity to participate. And today we saw 19-year-old cadets from Kazan Tankers Academy. And especially pleasing is that the chief referee of this tank biathlon is actually their chief at the Tank Academy. So that was an amazing result. fantastic work from these undefeated champions. And I think these cadets proved, first of all, to themselves, their assault. They are real tankers, standing up for their country. And right now we are watching the technical qualifications. This is another introduction from the previous years that we saw this year. All of the teams, before taking the field, have to pass technical qualification rounds. They have to pass 2 tests. The first test is to replace a detracked track, and the second is to secure evacuation of the tank. This is what you're seeing now, using locks. Locks have to be attached to the tank tracks, thereby helping them escape various type of rough terrain obstacles such as quagmires or bogs. First of all, we saw them remove this log that we saw done by Armenian tankers. Then the log is laid in front of the tracks, attached to the tracks for getting the tank out of trouble. And the edges of the log have to be just outside the tank tracks equally. After this technical qualification, the crew members are lined up outside of their vehicles. And this is a requirement for all of the teams taking part this year. The Russian Federation team, by the way, is leading in this technical qualification rounds. And we saw some interesting competition. Not customary for the tank biathlon, where we are most used to seeing fast speeds and some sharp fire mission action. However, these technical qualifications are also important to provide for team proficiency. Right now, the Uzbekistan is in the second position. Very strong team, certainly not just in individual hits and relay races, but also technical qualifications. And next week, we are going to see the long-expected, long-awaited, long-anticipated relay races. First of all, we're in for the semi-final on Tuesday and Wednesday next week, the 23rd and 24th of August. We're going to witness some thrilling, spectacular action in the most interesting, most vivid and picturesque fire mission of all, the flanking fire.
На следующей неделе, друзья, стартует эстафета. Долгожданная эстафета, яркий этап, в котором будут выполнять стрельбы. Будет их значительно больше. Это будет фланговая стрельба. Стрельба в движении с танка. Очень интересно. Очень завораживает то, как танк не...
Over 2 days. And then the 4 winners are going to take the field in the grand final, which will take place on the 27th of August. By the way, this year's Army International Games take place in 12 countries, including Russia, China, Venezuela, Mongolia, Azerbaijan, Algiers, Kazakhstan, and many, many others. Venezuela is holding the Sniper Frontier competition. Army snipers using sniper rifles compete in marksmanship. 258 teams arrived this year, and Rwanda is taking place for the first time. Certainly, this makes for an unforgettable 8th Army International Games, and one of the most spectacular, unforgettable and unique events is this very tank biathlon, which remains a unique motorsport event, having earned its rightful place among the world's foremost motorsport events. Now, the background of the tank biathlon, the history of the tank biathlon, dates back to 2013. Just 4 teams, only 4 teams competed in that long ago 2014. This, however, 2 years later, in 2015, gave birth to the Army International Games. So the tank biathlon actually preceded the Army International Games and was the cradle to give birth to this thrilling international competition. There are many contests that are featuring today. Snipers Frontier, Artillery Masters, various Army Forces Recon also feature in the city of Novosibirsk. We're going to see a cavalry marathon. Mongolia conducted their own contest in terms of rear cavalry support. And certainly many amazing competitions are being held during within the framework of Army International Games. All of these games are presided and supervised by the Chief of Russia's Ground Forces, Army General Oleg Salukov. Right now, we're about to see the start to the last individual hits race for Division 2, which is also going to be the very last individual hits round of this week. Next week, as mentioned earlier, we're into the semi-finals and the finals of relay races for the first division. And today, we are going to learn the names of those first division teams that are going to make the semi-final. And in the second division, we are going to identify the winners and best crews for individual hits. And now, Major General Kirill Kulakov is hearing reports from coaches. Right now, he is with a Sudanese coach. And Sudan is about to start first, following a command that should be now given by the chief referee. We're also seeing the Russian Warriors Army Acrobatics, aerial acrobatics group performing today. But now back to the ground, and this race is on. Sudan is the first to take the ground today, progressing through the restricted maneuvering obstacle into the first fire mission. The first fire mission that we are going to see is again the 3 tank targets. 3 artillery shells are going to be loaded by the crew. No additional ammunition is going to be supplied for this 125mm main caliber cannon of T-72B3s. This fire has to count. No second chances will be given. And I'm sure the crews don't expect any. They're all aware that this is the final clash and a final chance for them to show their power, their command of this course and fire accuracy. Right now, Sudan is about to stop at the ammo loading bay to load their ammunition. Private Fadl Mohammed, the second-year veteran of this tank biathlon, is commanding the Sudanese tank. Last time Sudan took the field here was back in 2019, securing the 8th position. Not last, mind you. Ahead of Zimbabwe back in 2019, and actually Zimbabwe and Sudan both then missed the following 2 years due to the pandemic. However, they're back today, and I'm sure they're going to give us a thrilling show today. Right now, we're about to see ammunition being loaded. And right now we can quickly go to the technical specs for T-72B3. It's an upgraded version of the 72 model. Certainly newer and more advanced modern tanks exist within the Russian Federation, also domestic produced. For instance, a modification T-72B3M couldn't compare in terms of superior firepower and fire controls, computers and so on, let alone speaking of T-80, T-90 and T-14, the Armata. However, these tanks, 72B3s, have proven real racehorses and workhorses of this tank biathlon, providing us real thrills and entertainment in this classic tank event. The amount of abuse these tanks are taken day in and day out is amazing. They certainly get driven no less than any race car at the world's premier motorsport tournament. It's a miracle we don't see them. We don't see many technical malfunctions. The last days of the tank biathlon were completely free of any technical problems. And right now, back to Sudan, about to engage into the first fire mission. The 3 targets are raised at distances from 16 to 1800 meters. It looks like the third crew for Sudan is certainly in no hurry. Patience and precision during fire mission and obstacles can help the team secure best time yet in this third crew showdown. Low wind, under 1 meter per second, requiring no corrections introduced during this live fire. And let's see which target the gunner is going to select. It looks like he is aiming left, however it's hard to tell from this angle. And 3 rounds once again are issued for this fire mission. No additional ammunition will be used as opposed to the first division rules. Some veterans are taking part today on behalf of Sudan, representing their country and their flag here at Alabina. However, we see a short delay. Only 4 minutes is assigned to complete this fire mission. So let's hope Sudan doesn't overstay its welcome at this firing line. Only 2 minutes remain for them to finalize this fire mission. For some reason, they're raising their main caliber cannon. Certainly not the way to tackle this fire mission. Well, certainly going first is always harder, similar to going last, because the first crew out in the ground sets the bar for everyone else. And it's also so much harder to go last, because you need to catch up and compensate for all of the mistakes made by previous crews. This is the reason why coaches usually hold their best crews for last. Let's hope this is the case with Sudan. However, news just in, a delay was reported by the Sudanese crew. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, stand reminded of the rules. In case a technical delay is ruled not through the crew's fault, this time will be given back to the team. And now Tajikistan is out in the ground. Let's support our brother Tajiks. And this is the best crew for Tajikistan. Going back to last year's statistics, Tajikistan took the 2nd position in the 2nd division semi-relay race. However, this year saw semi-relay races for the second division scrapped. Only first divisions will feature in the semi-finals and finals for the relay races. Following the completion of this last round of individual hits, we're going to learn the names of the winners in the second division. And the 8 best teams in the first division are going to enter the semi-final relays on Tuesday. It is certain already that Venezuela couldn't make the cut this year, but whether it's Vietnam, Azerbaijan or Kyrgyzstan that enters the semi-finals, we are going to learn later today. Right now, Tajikistan loading this ammunition. Be careful, guys. Sleeping, no sleeping. There was a strong rain yesterday, and today we saw sprinklers working since this morning. This is done to avoid dust and provide for greater viewing pleasure and visibility for the audiences. And tankers, certainly, first of all. Otherwise, we probably would be able to enjoy this spectacle. And just look at Sudan, finally takes their first shot, however, missing the target. The technical delay was removed, time is back, and Sudan is still aiming for the second target. For some reason they keep raising that main caliber cannon. And now we're about to watch Tajikistan also standing in the next fire line, about to start their fire mission. Now this is getting exciting. Let's keep our fingers crossed for Tajikistan and Sudan both. Side by side, neck to neck. Sudan's second shot. The target proves too challenging for the team. Looks like they just earned themselves 4 penalty laps. 2 penalty laps per miss. While Tajikistan is aiming at their targets, about to open fire at these tank targets. Now these are the premier targets in these individual hits. They are considered to be the most important, and hence the increased penalties, 2 laps against 1 on the secondary machine gun targets. Muslim Aydarbekovich is the gunner for Republic, and he's now certainly carefully aiming. All the Tajik fans are at the edge of their seats, and Sudan third. It's a miss. Unfortunately, it's a third miss. A bloodless engagement, and Sudan is back to the first lap. They just earned themselves 3 kilometers in penalties. And now first shot for Tajikistan. Also missing. Well, we certainly expect more from this team, giving us a very good performance in the first 2 crews. It went under. The coach is telling the tank commander over the radio. Let's hope the tank commander can correct his fire properly to achieve some hits. We want a hit now. Looks like it's also a miss. Now, what's going on with this second division clash? We certainly want to see some higher accuracy, some more targets hit in this first fire mission on a main caliber weapon, guys. Abkhazia is yet awaiting to start. As soon as these tanks are going to clear the fire lines and finish their fire missions, we will see the start given to Abkhazia. And now, last shot for Tajikistan. No additional ammo is going to be used. These are second division rules. 3 shots. No second chances. No second prizes either. And certainly anxiety is felt by all of Tajikistan coaches and fans. 3rd shot. It's a miss. Well, looks like Tajikistan is going to join Sudan during this 3-kilometer penalty distance. Well, let's hope it doesn't turn into an endurance race beset by penalties, and we're yet to see some great targets hit. Right now, news just in, a decision was taken for Tajikistan to do 1 penalty lap, record this block the time of their first lap, and then multiply it by 6, just to save the time and effectively penalize the team for missing their targets in the last fire mission. Quite a fair decision, and back to Abkhazia, dancing around this restricted maneuvering obstacle. White flags indicate clean passage. Careful now. Well, flawless execution so far. While Sudan is racing in a long straight over the hill. This was Tajikistan's last fire mission. Let's carefully watch Sudan first to make sure that all of the rounds missed. And we were correct in calling this a bloodless fire mission. Well, Sudan certainly needs to keep on practicing. Some hard lessons and homework must be assigned for the next year's better performance. And now, Abkhazia loading up on ammunition, 125mm shells, 19 kilo per round, and another 10 for the charge. 29 in total. There's almost 100 kilograms of rounds quickly handed to his mechanic for loading. A replay. Just look at this. What a dangerous descent for Sudan into the anti-tank trench. Let's hope that everything went well, and certainly this was a dangerous approach of the trench by Sudan. Abkhazia stopping at the fire line, about to engage their 3 blue-colored targets. Right now, Absny, it says on the tank turret, on the ERA armor, and this means Abkhazia in Abkhaz language. Let's wish the best of luck to our Abkhazia brothers, while Tajikistan is in the 9th and Sudan in the 16th minute, still in lap 1. With 0 targets hit in this last fire mission. Let's wish better luck to Zurab Gvarche, the gunner for the Republic. And Zurab, it's on! Well, finally we're seeing some targets. Well done for Zurab. Just another 2 hits is what we want to see. Hurry. Time assigned for the 3 targets is 4 minutes in total. Low, let's hope that's enough. Sudan recorded 16 minutes and 57 seconds and second lap time. And now, well, it is really on for Abkhazia. Well done with the second target. Let's hope for the third. Hopefully, Zurab can back himself a perfect combo. And the third target is out in the range, waiting, just expecting a hit from Abkhazia. And fire! Fire! Unfortunately, yes, actually, it looks like it clipped. Let us go to the replays to make sure. However, right now it looks like they just earned themselves 2 penalty laps. It was a miss. Well, this is second division, guys. And although these tankers are putting in their best, mistakes do happen. Zurab, the driver for the Republic, wanted us to give his best regards in this live broadcast to his father and thank him for bringing him up right. Thank you, Zurab. Certainly respect for our elders and our parents comes first and foremost. Thank you to both Zurab and Umar Kuvarchev. And right now, over to the replays in the last fire mission. That's the round that's touched the target clearly. Second or third, unfortunately, was a miss. Well, they're going to have an opportunity to redeem themselves when using the machine gun fire missions. And Tajikistan now, second lap, going over the slope obstacle. Sudan speeding in the long straight, almost 70 kilometers an hour in their second lap, putting all their hopes into their tank speed to get them out of trouble in this race. It didn't go according to plan for the Sudanese and Tajik tankers at the last fire mission. However, it is far from over, and they're trusting speed to get them out of trouble. Right now, second slope, and that's the last fire mission for Tajikistan. Fire. Clearly under, seriously under. Another one. This was a 1700 meter shot. Once again, clearly under. And Tajikistan now stops at the loading bay. Oh, actually, it's the designated penalty pit stop. They're about to load their ammunition for the next fire mission, engaging target number 25, representing a helicopter. Sudan at the slope. Looks clear, but apparently they scuffed a pole. This will cost them a pit stop, about 1 minute of time. They can take any one of the 8 pit stops. Positions dispersed throughout the track, and Tajikistan is now in the second fire mission. The anti-aircraft machine gun is about to be used. That's a 12.7 millimeter cord heavy machine gun that is used by domestic T-72B3s. Certainly small arms classification, but a sniper by nature, capable of engaging high priority targets and groups of targets at up to 2,000 meters with great accuracy. Let's enjoy this fire mission. I think volleys are already flying from the Tajikistan tank. However, the target is still standing. A smoke flare indicates clean hits on the targets. It's quite a big target, just imagine. It reflects a real life-size helicopter, low-flying helicopter. It is perfectly visible. And the only issue, the only question that remains is the skill of the gunner with his machine gun. Well, Tajikistan continues. Looks like they are unloaded with the target still standing, and the tank commander is reporting weapon unloaded and secure, and they're ready to move on, while Sudan is loading their first fire mission ammo. This is the belt with 15 rounds, including 6 traces. Now the tank commander is going to load this 12.7mm cord, and let's wish them the best of luck. Well, Tajikistan is racing almost 50 kilometers. Just look, Tajikistan just entered the penalty distance. 500 meters forward, Tajikistan certainly need to hurry to get the team out of trouble. No time to lose, no more mistakes, pit stops or penalty laps. Let's go directly for the finish line. Tajikistan and Sudan are now in the second lap, and Abkhazia is just about to record their first lap time and enter the second. Well done for Abkhazia, 11 minutes in the second position, confidently following the race leaders. Tajikistan only 1 minute, 11 seconds behind Tajikistan. Too early to call this race as yet. However, certainly Tajikistan and Abkhazia are our favorites for this race, with Sudan being clear outsiders. So anything can happen yet, and let's wait for the drama at the finish line. Sudan at the fire mission using a helicopter target and a 12.7mm HMG. Good luck to Sudan. Previous crews proved quite handy with their machine gun fire, so we expect also a hit on this large target. However, it looks like they're out. They are out of ammunition. 1 penalty lap for Sudan, remaining with 0 targets along Tajikistan. Well, Abkhazia has given us some bright hits in this race, recording 2 out of 5 on the first 2 targets. Let's wish them yet better luck, while Tajikistan is racing across the water obstacle and continues along, almost completing the second lap. Just check the faces of Tajikistan coaches. Certainly looking grim and concerned. Mistakes were made and the drivers have to pay for it. That's what often happens with Tajikistan. Last year they took the second position, but that was owing to the labor of Tajik drivers, because certainly they had to pay for all of the mistakes with the fire missions. They were very fast on their feet, passing all of their obstacles flawlessly, and that's what we expect to see now with the driver for this third crew, Tajikistan. Restricted passage, no balls shall be knocked, not to waste any more valuable time for the team. White flags, clean passage, and now they're about contact range. White flags all over for Tajikistan, still remaining leaders, about a minute ahead of Abkhazia in this breathtaking race at this unique and thrilling tank biathlon individual hits last round. This is the penalty pit stop. Tajikistan is taken for breaching the slope. While Abkhazia is passing the slope, and we see them clearly run over 2 poles. This is going to also end them a pit stop, unfortunately. Well, let's hope the driver can also get the team out of trouble and catch up to Tajikistan. We want to see a clash before the finish line, the 3rd lap between these 2 favorites for the race. This is the vertical step, a scarf obstacle, almost 1 meter in height, easily managed by the T-72B3, and Tajikistan has just finished their last inspection. Well done for Tajikistan, just flying over the dreadway obstacle. No red flags recorded. And this is the pit stop obstacle, another introduction to this year's rules, replacing previous year's rake obstacle. This requires all of the 3 crewmen to exit the tank, load their machine gun for the next fire mission. This usually takes about 60 seconds for each team. Right now, they almost finished the pit stop. Sudan still racing in lap 2. 29 minutes total time elapsed for Sudan, placing them outside of the race leaders, Tajikistan at 22:52. Followed by Abkhazia, breathing into the back of their neck at 16 minutes 33 seconds. And now, let's hope Abkhazia doesn't experience any difficulties with this fire mission. We can see the tank commander check whether he is correctly loaded. It looks fine, and this is the tank commander for Abkhazia, Armen Fermanyan, that's about to perform this fire mission for the team. He is in live communication with the tower, with his coaches, who are going to correct his fire. The target is out at the range of 900 meters. Good luck to Armen. Certainly it is itching for some hits. A bit higher. Ammo still remains in this thrilling fire mission on this 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun against an enemy helicopter target. Short volleys, 2 to 3 rounds are being used by the commander. Only last volley remains. Keeping our fingers crossed. No. He unloads the empty belt. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to hit on this target. And the team is about to get back into lap 2 and run for lap 3. The next fire mission and the finish line. Now, Sudan is recording the second lap time at 33:21. Just check the last obstacle for Sudan. Very close. What a pity. What a pity. Just raising the side skirt and stretching the side of the obstacle. This is going to result in a penalty pit stop and will now give Sudan all of the poles on this course. You see the danger is that this projecting damaged side skirt is now going to catch all of the obstacle poles, even with perfect handling from the driver. We just saw in the previous race, second division hits, as South Ossetia, after a similar mishap, removed the front element of this damaged side skirt to avoid collecting the poles as bowling pins, which we saw earlier. Perhaps Sudan would also be best advised to rip it off, just to give themselves a better chance through the obstacles in the third lap. Now, we've never seen as many competition restricting poles knocked compared to today. Certainly it was a regular bowling alley for the last two individual hits rounds of Division 2. And Tajikistan is about to engage with coaxial machine gun fire. 7.62mm Kalashnikov tank machine gun, this next target. However, the referee, chief referee and the coach is correcting the Tajikistan commander. They need to turn on they need to go to ballistics and use the coaxial machine gun instead of raising this main caliber. The anti-tank missile unit target is eagerly expecting some rounds from Tajikistan, but the volleys are not flying as yet. Generally, Tajikistan is showing us some pretty good time, certainly down to the driver's skill. Unfortunately, the gunner found the tank targets too challenging earlier. Let's wish them the best of luck with this last remaining targets to give them at least one target out of 5 in this final second division clash. Come on. Now reporting weapon unloaded. They're out of ammo and they couldn't strike on that last target. Tajikistan moves out. Continue lap 3 and just check this ball remains behind. Sudan now with the left side skirt of the tank that has been folded forward is now scuffing and catching all of the balls. Abkhazia flying across out of the ford. Sudan probably won't be given that many pit stops. However, average time spent in pit stops multiplied by the number of balls is going to be added to the total crew time. However, if we saw Sudan temper all of their pit stops in penalties, we may never see this race end. And now Abkhazia 22:55. If we go back to previous crews, Abkhazia first crew is in position 17 and first crew for Abkhazia is in position 18 at 44 minutes 11 seconds. So this may yet be the best performance from Abkhazia. All of the passages through the obstacles are carefully color-coded for each team. Wrong tracks shall be avoided. Only the necessary color-coded track should be taken by every crew across the obstacle. Otherwise, this is going to result in a penalty pit stop. However, clean passage indicated and Abkhazia is streaming to record the next lap time after the following obstacles. Careful now with the trench. This is Senior Lieutenant alias Amaba, 23-year-old, a graduate of the Far East Combined Arms Armed Forces College at Blagoveshchensk. His third year at the tank biathlon, certainly an experienced tank biathlon veteran. And now Abkhazia is about to enter the third lap, while Tajikistan and Sudan both are also in lap 3 and are racing for the finish line. The drivers are on top of their game today. Let's keep our fingers crossed for Tajikistan and Abkhazia, who is going to remain leader for this race. Stopping now at the designated pit stop, replacing the rake from previous years, about to load the last coaxial machine gun for the last fire mission, while Tajikistan speeds across the remaining obstacles. Is in the sharp turn and about to race for the finish. Drifting, well done. Well done for Tajikistan, running for the finish. Not long remains for the team. This is the last chance to show their power in this individual heats race. This is going to be the final race for the second division. Sudan right now is about to engage the enemy anti-tank missile unit, and the tank commander is about to report to the coaches. Coaches are going to relay this information to the chief referee and report ready to fire. After permission from the chief referee, it's going to be on. Let's wait for them. We want to see, desperately want to see some more targets hit. And this tankers also desperately want to hit some targets. And dear friends, Tajikistan has just finished at 32 minutes and 50 seconds. Well done for Tajikistan. Recorded 5 penalty laps, and the average time wasted for this penalty laps was recorded, and the time will be or has been already added to the team. Most likely this addition will happen during the referee panel hearing today. Now, Tajikistan putting in their 100%. Tank commander, Lieutenant Muhammad Rajab Burikhanov. The gunner, Senior Lieutenant Muslim Aydarbekov, and the driver was Senior Lieutenant Firuzi Dodikhuda. Thank you, Tajikistan, third crew. Bravo, well done, guys. Thank you for this fine show. Certainly a remarkable performance for the driver. Not everything worked out with the fire mission, leaving us a 0 tally of targets. However, this should result in careful homework, in hard lessons for next year's races. Thank you, Tajikistan. And we are back to Sudan. They're using the coaxial machine gun, the 7.62 millimeter on this last remaining anti-tank missile target. However, it still remains out in the field. Well, they need to really make it happen. Thank you, Tajikistan. In the meanwhile, exchanging military salutes and flying their colors at Alabina Parade Ground, thanking all the fans and the coaches for a chance to present their nation at this 10th anniversary tank biathlon of the 8th Army International Games. Sudan has spent a long time in this firing line already. Let's go to Major General Kirill Kulakov, the chief referee, for a clarification on the status of this fire mission. Can Abkhazia catch up to Tajikistan? Only minutes separate the two teams. Abkhazia is also about to finish the race. Well, it's going to be an interesting condition here tonight. Many surprises are in order, and stay with us to learn more on the outcomes of today's races. Right now, Abkhazia, just look at all of the poles that they knocked. Certainly today was a regular bowling alley right next to the tank biathlon motorsport. Well, many strikes were recorded by some of the teams, and Sudan is going into one penalty lap and over to the finish line. And Abkhazia is still been with a chance to become a leader. Everything is still undecided. They have a chance to win this race. Abkhazia still has a chance if they don't miss this target and are quickly through the finish line. Zurab Kvarcha, a lot is resting on his shoulders right now. Let's keep our fingers crossed for this gunner for the Republic. Less time, little time remains. They're behind Tajikistan by 90 seconds. Less now. It's looking less and less likely that Abkhazia can steal the show. Once again, let me remind you that Tajikistan still hasn't done their 5 penalty laps, for thereby additional 4 to 5 minutes time can be added to Tajikistan bedtime. They may yet see 36 or 37 minutes recorded, which gives a clear chance to Abkhazia as yet. But the window of opportunity is certainly short. Let's hope they don't let it slip away. Abkhazia finished the last fire mission. Now, we were told that Abkhazia has completed all of their penalty laps and is going to take their penalty lap, the last penalty lap now. However, Tajikistan will see more time added. So it is true. Certainly this dramatic clash may still end with Abkhazia in the lead, stealing the show. Abkhazia, crew 1 and 2, are still in the 17th and 18th position at 43 and 44 minutes respectively. These were the best times by crew 1 and 2 for the Republic. The third crew is certainly doing much better in terms of time. And if they can make the penalty lap quickly and race for the finish within the next 3 minutes, they are in with a chance. Well, another remarkable day of racing action, and news just in. Tajikistan time was just adjusted to 37:10. Once again, explaining the reason for the adjustment. Tajikistan has not passed 5 penalty laps. The time of their average penalty lap was 52 seconds. 52 seconds was multiplied by 5, and this was added to the crew total best time, giving them 37:10 in total, and thereby giving Abkhazia a chance to steal the day in this amazing second division hits, clash. Just look at Abkhazia enter the last penalty lap. Only 500 meters remain. Sudan is approaching the finish line. Unfortunately, the time recorded by Sudan is now over 47 minutes, recording them at third place in this race. And Abkhazia still rushing for the finish line. Third cruise showdown is about to end here at Alabina in this 10th anniversary tank biathlon of the 8th Army International Games. More balls are being knocked as they run across. Sudan almost ending their performance in the second division for the year. This restricted passage obstacle is becoming less and less restricted due to the poles being bowled over. And careful now, they're about to rip off that skirt finally. Oh no. And the tank is knocked out of the trench. They are stuck, selecting the wrong gear to escape this last obstacle for Sudan. So close to the finish line, and yet so far. We hope we won't see a tow truck out today. Gas, and they're out, out! But no, they're rolling back into the trench. Certainly a trap. Sudanese were caught in a trap right before the finish line, while Abkhazia is still racing, almost making 50 kilometers an hour, striving to make the first place. They only have 1 minute difference to the best time, 37:10 Tajikistan, 36:23, only 40 seconds remain, and they are racing, very little remains. Let's keep our fingers crossed for Abkhazia in this amazing, dramatic showdown. Certainly, these tankers are the real modern-day gladiators. As Sudan is finally out of the trench, they're also going to make the finish as Abkhazia is chasing them down. They're not about to give up. They're not about to surrender or hold back. They want this first position. Just a few more obstacles remain for the team. Now into the anti-tank trench, but they're losing. Unfortunately, Tajikistan proved too good, denying Abkhazia the first position. Abkhazia in the second, Sudan in the third, and Tajikistan is our winner of this individual hits race. We'd like to thank all of the crews, all of the coaches, and all of the audiences. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for your brilliant performances, and thank you for your support. Now, reintroducing the team for Sudan. Tank Commander Private Muhammad Fadlallah Tahir Rahma, Ghana Abdallah Tahir Muhammad Abdallah, and Sergeant Al-Tahir Abdul Hassan Mohammed was the driver. Third crew for Sudan. Thank you for this performance. And this is the end, almost the end at this individual race. We all remember 2019 when Sudan lost the track, got detracked at almost at the finish line as well. However, today we didn't see any serious technical problems, making for a fast race. And 38 minutes and 46 45 seconds is the second position time for Abkhazia, ending its performance in 2022 in this individual hits Division 2. Thank you to the coaches and thank you to the crews. No tears should be shed. All of the results certainly come down to the crews putting in their best. And reintroducing the team for Republic of Abkhazia, Cadet Armen Permanyan, tank commander, Ghana, Senior Lieutenant Alas Amaba, driver Alas Amaba, and Ghana, Lieutenant Zurab Kvarchia. Thank you, dear friends. Thank you for this fine show. You struck some targets today, certainly making us happy. Thank you to all the audiences, online and offline, at Zvezda, the Star TV channel, and the website of the Ministry of Defense, Russian Federation, mil.ru, YouTube, RuTube, online audiences, and the audiences here at the stands at Alabina. This was your all-time host of the Tank Biathlon, Nikolai Fedorov, and co-hosting for the English-speaking audiences was Dmitry Kulinsky. Let's keep our fingers crossed for the relay races on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then the storm of the grand final on the 27th at the 10th anniversary Tank Biathlon of the 8th Army International Games. Now to the rankings: Sudan third, Abkhazia second, and Tajikistan first at 37-10. Individual hits are now over. Congratulations to all of the crews and the coaches. The Tank Biathlon is over for the second division. The first division continues into the semi-finals and the finals with the relay races. And second division teams are going to remain here until the end of the contest. They're going to attend the rewards ceremony, where we will see the best crews and the winners rewarded to take their rightful places in the Tank Biathlon Hall of Fame. Now over to the preliminary rankings for Division 2. These times may slightly be adjusted after the international panel hearing. However, Myanmar continues to remain in the lead. No one was able to shake them from the top spot in the position. And the outsiders this year are Zimbabwe and Sudan in the last 5 positions. Armenia saw disqualification for the third crew. Mistakes were made. We all remember yesterday's clash and drifts performed by Armenia driver. For some reason they also left the track later, going cross country, and this made for a memorable performance certainly. However, it is best to be avoided in the future clashes. Now Sudan in the third position. The highlights of this amazing race. Not everything went according to plan, but Sudan never gives up, never holds back, never surrenders, and certainly worthy of respect. Every year they take on these hard lessons, this experience, and improve relentlessly. Some obstacles unfortunately were found. The tank was slightly damaged, but it will be fine. This was just a false side skirt. However, this certainly cost the team valuable seconds. Most valuable seconds were wasted, putting them in the third position in this clash. In the second place, Abkhazia, the closest brothers and neighbors, owing to the support of Abkhazia supporters. The team performed well. The crew showed us best time for the team in this third group performance. Some fire accuracy was seen on targets, tank targets number 12. We also saw some mistakes made at the obstacles. However, there wasn't a critical number of mistakes, giving Abkhazia a clear second position in this amazing, adrenaline-fueled, thrilling racing action. Flying the national colors now across Almaty. And over to the winners of this final second division clash, Tajikistan. Thank you for this performance. Certainly, they were fast. Well, a lot of work remains in terms of targets and fire accuracy. But the driver did get them out of trouble. And we're about to leave you for a day off tomorrow. Tomorrow we will see the draw being cast. All the tanks are going to be prepared along with the track. And on Tuesday we're going to be back with a semi-final relay race Division 1 to pave the way for the grand final. Join us at the Star TV channel, RuTube, YouTube, and the Ministry of Defense website. Let's support the Russian Federation and our tankers. This was Alabin on Tank Biathlon, and your all-time host, Nikolai Fedorov. Co-hosting for the English-speaking audiences was Dmitry Gulinsky. Take care of each other, love each other, and stay well. Your Ministry of Defense, Russian Federation, forever remains next to you.